Good morning and welcome the viewing public as well as council and guests to the Committee of the Whole meeting for July 12th, 2022. At this point, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:32 and begin with the land acknowledgement. The Municipality of Jasper respectfully acknowledges that Jasper National Park and the Municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as Métis Region 4. This land is a traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the Dene, Nehewayik, Anishinaabe, Setwetnik, Stoney, Dakota, and Métis. Councillors, we have the agenda for today's meeting in front of you. Are there any additions to the agenda? There's being no additions to the agenda that I see. Could I have an approval of the agenda? Councillor Wilson? All those in favor? That's carried. Item number 4, the June 28th Committee of the Whole minutes. Is there any addition, any business arising from the minutes? Seeing that there is no business arising from the minutes, could I have a motion to approve the minutes from the June 28th Committee of the Whole?
Just a point of order. I expect that the minutes were approved at our last regular meeting in accordance with our policy. So those minutes are here for information, but don't need to be approved again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. And we takes care of item number 4. Moving on to agenda item number 5, presentations. Mr. Gibbons, would you like to introduce our presenters?
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. We're joined today by Jeffrey Schulmeister and Krista Adia from ISL Engineering Land Services. They're here to present on the water distribution system modeling. That's item 6.1 in the agenda. We have a presentation for council to guide you through the high points of that pretty extensive document. And then following the committee presentation, Mr. Greathead will introduce that document in a bit more detail in item 6.1 and ask for council to adopt it. So we have the experts here to guide us through the water model and help interpret it for our council and community, and an opportunity for you to ask any questions. So I'm going to Jeffrey.
There, is nothing working? Yeah, so my name is Jeffrey Schulmeister. I'm the General Manager of Water and Environment for ISL Engineering Land Services. Krista Adia, she's a modeling engineer who worked on our study. I believe we started this one early in 2022 to develop a model for the municipality's water system. So the purpose slide. So yeah, the model was developed to meet a number of objectives. Basically, it was really to take all the data you have and try to assemble it into a more decipherable form. I guess if you will, getting all the random records that say parks had and things like that together, and then basically building a model of the system to just sort of figure out kind of how it works. You know, the good spots, the bad spots, sort of thing. Crystal will give you an overview of those shortly. We went and did some hydro flow testing to sort of where you see how much water comes out of the hydrant, so it gives us something to, replicate against for the model calibrated. Then we're using that to assess how your water system works, basically, looking at where the pressure's too high, where the pressure's too low, where do you actually have fire flow available, and then sort of thinking about, densification and housing supply objectives, basically. And then based off of that, coming up with what some upgrades might look like, and then putting together a bit of a prioritization plan, basically, that'll be used as an input to the utility master plan, I believe, next year, more or less. So I'll turn it over to Krista to run through.
So methodology, we started with task 1, which was data collection and existing system inventory. So that included overall project management as well as background information review and data collection. Then population and water demand forecast for both existing and future, as well as water infrastructure inventorying. Task 2 was develop the water model. So model creation and then hydrant testing was undertaken this May. And then the model was calibrated based on these hydrant flow test results. Task 3 was the existing system assessment. So that began with an unaccountable water loss analysis. And then an existing system assessment of pressures and fire flows. And then task 4 was the future conditions assessment. So similar to the existing, but with future growth scenarios. Task 5 was to identify upgrades for existing and future. So those included the analysis of the proposed upgrades that we recommended, and then a staging plan for those upgrades. And task 6 was final recommendations. So that was cost estimates, reporting, and presentations. So the existing system in Jasper consists of approximately 35 kilometers worth of potable water distribution main. And those are primarily PVC and cast iron in material. They range in size from 40 millimeters to 450, but predominantly are 150 to 250. And it also consists of 3 raw water production wells in the southwest, sorry. And they are water is transported to the water treatment plant via 3 water supply lines. So for population horizons, we looked at 3 scenarios, the first being existing conditions. So those are based on the population data in the 2021 census. And then that was used to develop the 10-year growth horizon of 2032 and followed by the 25-year growth horizon of 2047. Both of those growth horizons were based on an annual growth rate of 5%. As the town's heights footprint is not expected to expand, there are a few parcels that are currently undeveloped. Therefore, future growth is anticipated in infill and densification. So for the water rate determination, we use the municipality provided consumption and production data. And this was used to develop the residential, non-residential, irrigation, and unaccounted for water rates that were applied in the model. And on this figure, you can see the top 32 water users highlighted. So these were taken out of the generalized rate derivation in order to better allocate demands for the area. And since Jasper experiences such an influx of tourists and workers in the summer months, peak conditions were considered to be July and August specifically. So the existing system assessment was undertaken for 3 sets of conditions, being average day demand conditions, peak hour demand conditions, and fire flow conditions. So the targets are shown here. So average day, typically we're looking at a minimum of 350 kPa in pressure with a maximum of 550 if there's a service on the main. Peak hour is typically a minimum pressure of 275, and fire flow is a minimum pressure of 140 kPa. So based on our analysis, higher pressures are exhibited in the east near the river due to the low terrain in this area, while lower pressures exist on the northwestern boundary where elevations are higher. As mentioned, there's a large variability due to the seasonality of Jasper's water demands. And this coupled with the single pressure zone that currently exists, it may support the implementation of additional pressure zones to better control the overall system pressures. So you can see in this figure, this one shows the average day demand conditions. So that purple outer band is pressures greater than 700 kPa, and the blue band is greater than 500 to 700. So that is already above the maximum recommended pressure. And this can contribute to leakage over time. And this one is peak hour demand conditions. So here you can see there are pockets that are below that minimum of 275 kPa. So those are primarily in the center of town, as well as the Jasper Inn and Suites has the lowest pressure in the system. So that then we undertook the fire flow analysis. So the hydrant with the smallest available fire flow, which is consistent with the peak hour demand conditions, was the Jasper Inn and Suites one. This is as a result of low flow due to the size of the pipe and the roughness. Typically, hydrants are only installed on 200 millimeter and larger mains with looping available, but this is a longer run of 150 millimeter pipe, and there's no looping, so it wouldn't meet current design standards, for example. Other areas with fire flow deficiencies were primarily dead end, smaller diameter water mains. So 100 millimeter or 150 millimeter pipes. So here you can see the maximum day NDD plus fire flow results here. So you can see those kind of warmer areas in terms of contours are the lower fire flow availability. So you can see the Jasper Inn and Suites one being the lowest area there, as well as the localized dead end mains. So in order to compare land uses with potential infill lots for upgrade determination, et cetera, the municipality provided lots that were potentially to be infilled in the future, and then the potential growth of population on those horizons was applied to those. So in this figure, you can see the existing fire flow at each of the hydrants. Those are those dots compared to the existing land use. So you can see we zoomed in on an area along Pyramid Lake Road. So those 3 points is kind of a triangle where all the fire flow criteria are failed compared to the other colors, which are color coded based on what land use that hydrant could support based on the available fire flow at that point. And then there are other localized points that also fail it just based on the existing system and land use. And then from this, a fire flow level of service was prepared based on that available fire flow at each hydrant, and then a buffer was prepared based on the land use to kind of determine an overall coverage area for each hydrant. So you can see in the zoomed in area that same Pyramid Lake zone where there's no hydrant coverage based on the land use for the area.
Mhm.
And then, so we did a desktop potential leakage analysis. So this was based on 3 criteria, being the pipe material, the pipe age, and then the pressure in the pipe under average day demand conditions. So the green pipes have no key indicators, orange have 1 key indicator, and the red have multiple key indicators. So those were perceived as high priority potential leakage pipes. So those largely overlap with those contours that are above the 550 kPa in that lower terrain area with high pressures, and then also older pipes. So we looked at potential leakage solutions. Short-term solutions would be to differentiate between the unaccounted for water versus irrigation to better isolate what water is unaccounted for. This can be accomplished by metering the irrigation from the potable water. And then water mains with high operating pressures could be reviewed to determine the water main pressure rating. And then if the pressure rating isn't sufficient, these water mains could be flagged for potential upgrades or further assessment. And then medium-term solutions, suspected water mains with higher leakage potential could be tested in the field. And then areas with higher pressures could also be divided into separate pressure zones, as mentioned, through pressure reducing valves, and this would reduce those pressures in the lower lying areas. And long-term solutions, a replacement program could be undertaken to replace the water mains that are likely contributing to leakage in the area. So replacements should be prioritized based on the severity, but could be coupled with other capital projects to reduce overall capital costs. So existing system upgrades, we're focused on reducing the high pressure in the low elevation areas under average day and maximum day demand conditions, as well as increase the pressure deficiencies that were highlighted in the peak hour demand conditions, as well as improve available fire flow at the hydrants in the area. So in order to reduce high pressures in the area, it's recommended to add 3 pressure zones. So you can see the main in the kind of light purple paint, and industrial in the yellow, north in the purple, and lower north in the blue. These would be isolated pressure zones via pressure reducing valves. So this would help reduce the pressures in the low-lying areas while also maintaining the pressures in the other areas to help the low pressures we are seeing in the main center of town site. And then the low north area, because there's less properties in that area, less connections, this could be achieved via localized pressure reducing valves on the lateral instead. So the recommended existing system upgrades to help with the fire flow as well as the pressure in the area would be a 250 millimeter backbone in the industrial area, as well as a 300 millimeter looping connection along Pyramid Lake Road to help improve pressure and fire flow in that area, as well as some localized upgrades to dead end water mains to increase the size and improve fire flow at those hydrants. So here you can see the fire flow level of service with the existing upgrades implemented. So you can see that improvement in coverage area, and that removes the hole that we were seeing on Pyramid Lake Road. Should be mentioned that fire flow criteria could be reduced by up to 50% with sprinklers installed in buildings for the industrial, commercial, etc. area. But with the addition of the flow to support the sprinklers. And this was followed by the future system assessment. So the under the 10-year growth horizon, pressures were adequate under both ADD and MDV, so average day and max day conditions. However, they did drop below the recommended minimum pressure of 275 kPa under the peak hour demand conditions. So this is due to higher demands due to growth relative to the existing water main sizing. So those low pressures are generally in the center of the municipality, which you can see on this figure, which shows the peak hour demand under the 10-year growth scenario. So you can see that pocket of red in the center of town is less than the 275 kPa there. And then this is exacerbated under the 25-year growth scenario. So you can see that red area significantly increases in size with that additional growth. So future system upgrades were proposed in order to improve those peak hour demand conditions. So some water main upgrades are recommended specifically along Bonham Street. And then there were significant pressure drops near the intersection of Bonham Street and Willow Avenue as well. So it's recommended that those be investigated in the field. No specific water mains are recommended for upgrades just based on fire flow conditions. However, it's recommended that those smaller diameter mains be considered for future upsizing to align with other capital projects or roadwork projects to reduce capital costs. But those would be kind of anything 150 millimeters and under would be recommended to be upsized to 200 or 300 to improve looping and fire flow. And then upgrades to the reservoir are not currently recommended just based on storage capacity, but it is recommended that the municipality confirm the exact reservoir sizing in the field, as ours was just based on past drawings, and then recheck those storage requirements with AEP, as well as review the chlorine contact time for the reservoir. Pumping capacities at the 3 production wells is also recommended to be investigated in the field. And then this can be used to enhance the model as well as verify the water supply capacity through a conversation with the AEP pertaining to the unique seasonal nature of Jasper and those variation in demands. So you can see those upgrades highlighted on this figure, specifically that Bonham Street upgrade, as well as the other point investigation recommendations. And then this figure shows the fire flow level of service under future conditions. So this is the 25-year growth scenario, since the upgrades are recommended under both 10 and 25. And this assumes that all upgrades are implemented. So you can see that improvement in coverage and the increase in fire flow availability. So there's a lot of added potential industrial and commercial area in there, as well as the multifamily residential areas expanded as well. It may be worth noting that this is based on City of Calgary, which is more conservative than City of Edmonton's standards as well. And the hydrant coverage could also be improved by adding hydrants to the system.
So the last thing we basically did was develop a prioritization plan based on some condition rating we had done to really start to sort of create clumps of projects, if you will, based on sort of how much is it all going to cost basically, and then sort of piecing that together over a period based on a typical spend per year. Is it actually going to happen this many years? No, but this just gives sort of a guideline to sort of work off the list basically. So when one starts to get into, you know, capital planning and things like that, you know, you can look at this as well as other needs, like when you get your sanitary storage and stuff like that as part of utility master plan, basically to sort of see how it might all sequence together, basically to try and figure that out in your capital budgeting, basically. So what we've done though is score things based on condition, age, and things like that, basically to sort of create, you know, the high priority targets, basically, and then just sort of try to lump those together into, you know, blocks of money over a number of years, which again will vary. This is more when you're in your capital planning process. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentations. Councillor Demoulin.
Well, thank you very much for this. And I really appreciate the detail and the thought and work that's gone behind this, and the color coding schematics and everything. It's just, it makes it a lot easier to follow. I do have some questions. My first one revolves around fire safety in the community. And even though that's not exactly what you're focusing on, I'd like to draw attention to the slide, which is number 19 in our agenda package, the existing fire flow compared to land use type. There is a red zone in the industrial that I believe is coded as somewhere an absolute fail in the color coding. And the main reason I'm addressing that is because I think even though that area of town is not sanctioned officially by Parks Canada, there is a high level of industrial there and does pose somewhat of a, I believe, a major fire threat to the community, but a threat nonetheless. And I was just wondering if there was any observed recommendations to provide water flow that way for fire suppression. And if it's physically impossible, could there ever be recommendations to put a water tower or something of that sort there? I know this is kind of getting a little bit outside of your expertise or your area of focus, but it's just for me, a concern that I think that a lot of time is not focused on in the community.
Yeah, and there's a few things to say on that. Like obviously with the upgrades that are proposed as a whole, obviously they are designed to enhance fire flow across the community, basically. Obviously, I've done a lot of these studies all over creation. In the grand scheme of how bad are you, you're not down here. Let's put it that way. You're actually in reasonably good shape, sort of thing. So you're trying to make it better as you go, kind of thing. Like, you know, if you're in an industrial area too, that can happen. If your fire flows are a little light, for example, you know, that's where if there was new buildings there, you can sprinkler them basically, because what happens is when we're sort of ranking these based on the needed fire flow is we're assuming nothing has sprinklers because, well, we're obviously not going to go run around every building and figure that out kind of thing. So if everything did have sprinklers, then as Christopher noted, you only need half as much basically, plus like the 20 liters a second or whatever a sprinkler system can draw kind of thing. So there's a bit of that exercise going on, but like as a whole, there is significant enhancement in the fire flow as things are upgraded in the future. Like, to be honest, really, your system fire flow deficiencies really relate to, you know, we've got a reservoir that's up on the side of the mountains. It's not like you're hurting the pressure or anything like that. It's really just most of the municipality was built at a time where the water main standards were just different, right? Everything was built with a 6-inch main. Fire flow does not go through 6-inch mains at all. That's why now modern design standards are 8-inch, and as soon as you're into non-residential, 10-inch, and then you usually run arteries through the system. Basically, it's very common for, you know, older networks, basically, sort of thing. So.
All right, I think I appreciate that because that does help, you know, clarify that part of the concern. My area of focus, I believe, is at the northeast end of town, like at the very top. There's a large stretch there of industrial that doesn't have any water supply at all. So, and that's kind of what I was referring to. And if there would, are there recommendations, or is there a concern in that area for? You could put sprinklers there, but there's no water going to the.
To an extent, it'd be a question for the fire department on their comfort level out there, basically, if they're, you know, comfortable taking out there to fight, or if they want to do something else. Another option that you can do that I've seen is Spruce Meadow, Southwest of Calgary. They don't have exactly the greatest fire flow at times as well, so they've actually put in just a pond basically in the area that the fire department can draw from locally. Basically, so there are options like that out there that if you're way out there, because it's a long way to get a pipe to and a lot of loss, you know, you could just put a holding pond out there and just capture effectively stormwater, and the fire department could draw that as a reservoir even as well. That's completely done in some jurisdictions as well. I've even seen in some sub-industrial areas east of Calgary and Rocky County, they'll put in storm ponds and then they'll actually put in a fire system in the area that basically pumps and charges hydrants from the pond. It's just that they actually have to turn it on if they want to use it because they don't want to get pressurized all the time. You do have to keep an eye on the pond because obviously if it's a dry year and there's no water, then, you know, the year you probably want the water, it might not be there, but, you know, just because with how low you guys are, there might be even a way to source groundwater into something like that, for example, to talk about.
Well, that's great. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, for allowing me to ask those questions. And I appreciate the clarity, and thank you, Council, for giving me the time for that.
Councillor Wilson.
My question is just regarding like the practice of testing hydrants. I'm sure you don't physically test all hydrants, and so hydrant that's bagged, still, you know, there's a couple hydrants that I know that are bagged that are showing still as active hydrants, you know, actively being able to test that flow rate. How do you test those flow rates if the hydrant is actually inoperable?
So when we're doing the hydrant testing program, we usually sit down with the client and look at how much budget there is to test them basically, and then we're selecting a number of hydrants throughout the community basically that represent sort of, different material, different land uses or different sizes, right? Because what we're doing with hydrant testing really is we're using it to help us figure out how much loss is happening below ground in the piping. Okay, so we sort of pick a number of hydrants across the community. So if some are out of service, that doesn't really hurt us on that front, because really we go, we have our testing company go out, they'll take the pressure at the hydrant basically, then they'll open up one port on an adjacent hydrant and they'll read how much water comes out, and we'll check the pressure at the first hydrant. Then they'll turn it off and do it again with both open, so they'll have a couple different flow rates, a couple different pressures. So it kind of gives you kind of a rating for how the system performs. And so what that lets us do with our model is then we go into what's called the roughness for our pipes. So it's how much loss is in those pipes. So then we're, assigning a roughness coefficient to the pipe, which is based on, material size of pipe and things like that. So the hydrant testing is more a mechanism to figure out what's going on in the pipe, because we can't see in there basically. And with water systems being pressurized, it's really hard to look inside, because you kind of need to, you open a hole, water comes out sort of thing. So it's, if there's hydrants that are off, that's certainly something to be aware of, because obviously if you've got hydrants that don't work, it can affect your overall proper hydrant coverage. So it's something the operations side should be dealing with basically, but it doesn't compromise our ability to test and replicate the system effectively.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to our expert presenters. I really appreciate the level of detail, but I confess that much of it is beyond my grasp. There's a level of detail here that is admirable, but somewhat confusing to me. So I have some questions that are more generally based. For the suggested upgrades moving forward, there are some assumptions that are made, and I would like to get a clearer picture of the basis upon which the assumptions are made, particularly population growth. So you've indicated that growth is constrained by geographical constraints. I would suggest that it's more constrained by legislative constraints. And so although the 10-year population growth might be close, 25 years seems pretty excessive. I can't imagine more than doubling the population in the next 25 years. I don't think we've doubled the population in the last 50 or 60 years. So to what extent does the recommended program moving forward depend on the accuracy of the population projections?
So there's the majority of the upgrades recommended are to deal with existing issues. So that'll take plenty. So the reality is that's going to take a while to ever get through. And then by then you have another checkpoint sort of thing, right? So, while these have a population target in a year, you could think just more of those as if the population gets to whatever in so and so a year. Because, when you're saying that that's hyper, aggressive, like, to be honest, when we were doing these studies back in 2006, 2007, that's where everyone thought the streets were going to be paved with gold soon. Like I had one client that they thought they were going to go from, I think they were 4,200 at the time. They swore they're going to be 10,000 people in 8 years. And by now, if you look at that study, they'd be 15,000 people. They're 5,200 people. Okay, so the thing with these things is revisiting. Basically, if the normal rule is if you revisit about every 5 years, unless you're seeing something strange happening. So like, if you have somebody that annexes a bunch of land or something, okay, fine, you revisit. In this case, there's a real nice slice of stuff to deal with under the existing system conditions. It's going to take 10 years to deal with it at least anyway, sort of thing. So then you just you can revisit basically. And then the other thing to watch, of course, from a water system perspective is, if you really did, where we see in those growth levels, we see the pressure to fall under peak hour, rest assured, you will know it is happening before it happens, because the old thing I always say is when you start getting into those peak hour deficiencies, that's where you're taking a shower upstairs, your wife flushes the toilet, the shower turns off, basically, sort of thing. So you'll know it's coming, basically. So you just have to think about those as more of a sensitivity analysis if we get to this population, because in your case, you're not growing the land mass, you're just, stacking more people on it. And also because of that sort of shadow population, it's a little harder to quantify that. So we've used some pretty conservative demand factors, especially for the summer season, because this is your reality. This isn't, what we would deal with in, somewhere between Calgary and Edmonton. It just doesn't happen, right, sort of thing. So just think about it more in those terms.
I appreciate that. On the same topic then, projecting future demand and the infrastructure to meet it. On one of the graphs that you have presented, it's at page 18 of our agenda, but not necessarily page 18 of your report. It's the potential infill lots. So there's a graph, and potential infill is shown in red, and there are just some very small additional places that are not identified. And I wonder whether that makes any difference on a focus scale. So at the end of Turret Street, across from the Lions Park, and it shows kind of at the west end of town, although you might not be familiar with it, but Parks Canada has a bunch of housing units, and there is a plan to redevelop that, and density will go up substantially. So I wonder whether in your review there is capacity to meet density in that area. And similarly, on the end of Patricia Street, which is locally known as the walk-ups, there is already work underway for redevelopment there. And again, it's not identified as potential infill. So I'm just curious as to whether there are any capacity issues that might be identified with respect to those infill developments.
So the potential infills really were just used to concentrate the growth across these areas. So with a water system, as you grow, you're sort of putting a bigger demand on the whole system, sort of thing. So the only way that a specific densification would really cause a big issue that this wouldn't show would be as if it was a very unique spot in the system where, again, like we're saying, we're on a small dead end line or something like that. So certainly one of the conversations we've had with Vidal, what do we do, because when you get these developments, part of the reason you have this model is that you can check basically and see what's going to happen at specific spots, basically. So it's a pretty minor little exercise. You go put in what they're proposing and see what happens, basically. And then, these are like a few hour kind of exercises where there's been conversations about, are you guys going to buy the water model, do it yourself, or hire consultants? So I've given them some ideas on what things cost to buy versus just hiring somebody else, sort of thing. So the idea being is if you develop an application, you can then use this to check that exact spot and see if there's, a micro scale issue you're going to create that no one's ever thought of. And then if there is, then that's where a conversation could be around, do we want to do something in that area if we really want that there, basically. So short version, would a small change here or there change the findings of the study very much? No, it would not. The court would, like I said, if you have a unique spot where there's a single lane or something and they decide, I'll be honest, again, the client, they're going to grow too much, but if they decide, let's put an assisted care living facility in this one spot in town, well, they have almost no fire flow in that particular spot, so that's kind of a problem. So that's the kind of thing we would test it out to figure out and then come up with a solution basically at that point in time, sort of as part of an ongoing operational management type approach.
Thank you for all of that. Very last question, if I may, Deputy Mayor. And this relates just to the storage capacity in the existing reservoir. Early in the document, there's an indication that there is sufficient storage in the reservoir. Later in the document, the wording is marginally insufficient. And so my question is, what is sufficient? What does that mean in other terms? So assuming perhaps a wildfire that took out power to the wells at a time when the reservoir was full, what does sufficient capacity mean for a community on that basis?
So when we're calculating water storage, basically there's more or less a formula that Alberta Environment Parks has. And so what it is it's basically fire storage plus a portion of average day demand plus a portion of max day demand. So I think when you put it all together, it's about a half a day worth of water supply plus fire storage, basically. So what that was saying was under conditions right now, you're good. But then it, you know, as you grow, obviously your demand goes up. So you're putting more pressure on the demand side. So then at that 25-year level, then it's what we call marginal, basically. So again, you know, seasonality here is that you have big demand in the summer, which is atypical. But I can tell you, you have 6,800 cubes of water storage. There are communities in Alberta that are bigger than Jasper that don't have the seasonal. And I can tell you they have like 4,000 cubes less than you do. Okay. So again, are you in a bad spot? No. Okay. And we've also made a very conservative assumption, what we're calling fire storage. We're saying we take the top rate, the 265 liters a second, and we take it for like 3 hours. So that's a lot. The chance of you ever really getting that out is limited. You know, if you had an issue where the supply was taken out, like, and you couldn't pump back in there, you know, I think you might have 2 or 3 days worth of water up there. Something like 3 or 4 days of work. So that's pretty good. As soon as nothing catches on fire, obviously, because if that happens, then all bets are off, of course, kind of thing. But again, as far as if we looked at a design center for somebody on, say, a regional system where you're very removed from your water supply, those systems a lot of times ask to have 2 days of consumptive water. You have more than that, basically. And again, like I said, we've got a pretty healthy block of fire storage. So risk level from a storage perspective for the municipality is quite low.
Thank you. I appreciate all that. I wonder, arising from that, whether I might ask one question of our own administration. Mr. Greathead, I know there has been discussion about connecting the reservoir directly to Cabin Lake. For fill purposes, there'd have to be flushing afterwards, but for fire suppression if necessary. What is the status of that from an operational perspective?
Thank you, Worship. Cabin Creek, it really can't, or Cabin Lake line can't really be tied into our system. It would be have to act as a separate standalone system. We have discussed the potential, as an item was built down at the Old Fort Point area in past years, and we've discussed with the fire department alternative lanes and alternative sources of water for firefighting protection. To tie that line in, though, that comes down from Cabin Lake, at this point, it's not being feasible.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Councillor Wilson?
Just further to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have the opportunity, if in emergency circumstances, to flood the system from Athabasca. That's, we would have approved that about 4 years ago, I think, almost before you made it.
For the trident that comes off of Athabasca River, that's down at the Old Fort Point, there's been some discussions and further investigation into that. It'd be problematic, even tying that system into our existing distribution system, because then we would need to coordinate and make sure that there was no residual pathogens in our system that were sucked up from the groundwater and introduced into our distribution system. So that would be part of our moving back to the town and trying to get life back to normal after an event that would delay our occupancy into the town. The volume of water that we would get out of that, given the elevation, and it's about 86 feet, I believe, that it's been deemed not feasible. It wouldn't work. And it wouldn't buy us the supply of water that we would need using that temporary system. The pressure differential, and that would probably only be able to flow 1 to 2 hydrants at the risk of impacting our system detrimentally. As an aside, we've had some discussions on where we could receive alternative water, and ideally digging a sump into Cabin Creek at the Nome and using trailer mounted pumps at that point would probably be our best bet for emergency fire protection, as opposed to trying to tie the trident into our system. So we have done some research on alternative water systems and where we can get more flow. The dam up at Cabin Lake right now, we can obviously take the force in and out to increase our flow if we needed to, and run that creek a lot faster than it is currently.
Councillor Demoda.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Through you to Mr. Greathead. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to inquire. A few years back, we did put some supplemental fire water supply system near Wolf Point that runs into town, and that's still existing and has the ability to operate on demand. No, okay. So I'm sorry if I'm getting you to repeat that.
Councillor Demoda, thank you. The line that was tied in there was a 16-inch line, and it's spawned into that's what they call the trident. It's a 16-inch line with 3 billboards. That could have been, so we worked it out with the engineers, pump providers. So the type of pump that we would need to draw from the Athabasca River, predominantly you'd use a centrifugal pump, and that problem with the centrifugal pump is you get an awful lot of volume but not much pressure out of it, and it's overcoming the head pressure, climbing the hill from the base of the Athabasca River up until the check valve is actually right outside of the operations office. So by the time we get the flow going up and overcoming the head pressure, bursting into our system pressure, it's not going to be feasible. We've discussed that. We've learned quite a few numbers, did a lot of investigation in that. Right now, I would recommend that we just consider using that as an emergency source of water and aim more towards, Cabin Creek as it is right now. That would be our safest, easiest response.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
And apologies to dwell on it, but these were not the words from administration. We had engineers before the trident went in proposing that this was the quickest, safest, and best option for us. And I'm super disappointed that it currently isn't. And I don't even, why did we put it in? Engineers were advising us, and administration was advising us to put this in as an emergency scenario. And, yes, taking into account that we would have to flush the system. But of course it's like the last savior of pumping in as much water as we can. And I just feel really disappointed that we were told this. And I don't know, may or may not have been you at the time, but it was administration, and we committed some significant monies to something that was backed by engineers. And,
Mr. Gibbon.
Councilor Melnick, appreciate the questions from council on this. And certainly the project does predate both Mr. Greathead and myself. And we're happy to bring some follow-up information if council's interested in that specific project and the status and the background. I think that could be useful for everybody. We'd be going through the records to find maybe those presentations. Some council members have been familiar with them, but some members of the administration may not be. But I think Mr. Greathead and his team had a look at what is the best way to respond in an emergency situation. And the fact is that we have a fairly large water source above the town site that is flowing down towards the town site and doesn't require additional pumping necessarily to get it up overcome gravity. And I think that's what Mr. Greathead is saying. So we are looking at how we would mitigate risk. And Mr. Greathead and the services team have been thinking about that quite a bit. But as Mr. Greathead said, the infrastructure that's there doesn't appear to easily provide the emergency benefit that maybe it previously was received. And I'm being maybe generous there. I can appreciate that was a significant project, a disappointment to council, maybe say the least. And administration, I've looked at more information to council, what the current status is, and just so council is aware. But on a go-forward basis, certainly Mr. Greathead and the fire team are looking at how would the municipality respond in an emergency situation, and Captain Lake and increasing the volumes through Captain Creek were the best option. So we are appreciative of the investment that was made in the past, and we would be happy to provide council with more information about the status of that asset and what utility it does or doesn't provide. We could have to look at that. And you should know that administration is also looking forward and saying, okay, the past being the past, of course, and will survive. What would we do to ensure that we're prepared to respond to the situation? And we are comfortable and confident that we've got to move forward on that. Certainly happy to bring back more information on that.
Thank you, Mr. Given. I do have a question, if I may, for our presenters. Referring to page 18 and 19 together, 18 being where there was the opportunity for infill, and page 19 in our presentation was the existing fire flow compared to land use type. And I think there was a reference on there that there was some deficiencies in that particular area that was highlighted on the map. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit? And in relation to infill, what type of infill development would need to occur for that existing flow to be critical?
So I guess the way the presentation was put together was, so the potential infill lots or whatever was basically areas that were identified for potential densification or housing supply, basically. So the idea was to sort of have the two in the presentation to transpose the theoretical versus, you know, the what's there, basically. So that area that was blown up on the slide or identified as just straight deficient really doesn't support anything until there's some upgrades made to the system, right? The upgrades being made would then allow that area to support it. It's just that you need those upgrades in place before really doing anything in that specific spot.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And Mr. Given, if you want to add to that.
Sure. Thanks very much, Councillor Malley. Yeah, from an administrative perspective, we're looking at this really as risk mitigation. First off, to existing property owners, even before we talk about densification. And as the presentation shows, slide page 19 of our package that has the little inset shows fire hydrants that don't meet any criteria for fire flow, and that there's a triangle, I guess, of existing homes that are not well served. When you look at the areas targeted for infill, council recently had a discussion about the garage suites. And there are certain types of land use districts where garage suites are now and as a right use. You're allowed to put a garage suite in this area, and there is an overlap in these areas that are underserved with fire protection today that are allowable areas for garage suites. And so that's the type of densification infill, not necessarily apartment building infill, although there may be some opportunities for that in other areas. But you can see where those little red dots are on page 19. That's where we have fire hydrants that don't meet fire flow. Go back to page 19 of the package. You can see those areas where recognizing there's some additional ones that we add, like Turret Street, but all those sort of individual lots are ones that are allowable for, particularly for accessory dwellings like garage suites. So we could see, theoretically at least, a doubling of the number of units in there through garage suites. And administrations where those areas, also the areas that have the highest density of PHAs as well. And so they are already fairly dense areas. And so certainly from a risk mitigation fire response perspective, we want to ensure that they're well served by fire codes in the areas. And this study has given us the information that is validated to identify where we need to place our priorities.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. And just for clarity, we're looking at the delivery of water to fire hydrants and to the community. This particular study did not look at the other side of it, which is the sewer side of it. So in the prioritization plan on page 33, this is upgrading the water service to the community without addressing potential outflows.
Councilor Deputy Mayor Melnick, that's exactly right. And as Mr. Gray that I think will reference in his RFP that follows the presentation, that's the second part of the study that administration is expecting. That will lead ultimately to a utilities water master plan that would lay out both the water distribution, fire protection system upgrades that are required, and the wastewater system upgrades that are required. So that this is the first part of two that will come forward. As you said, we're covering sort of inflows. The next study will cover the outflows, and then we'll have a comprehensive picture of the infrastructure and capital upgrades that need to take place.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Councillors, do we have any other comments or any other questions for our presenters? Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I just, we've focused a lot on page 19. There are 13 of the presentation, and people within that triangle, I just don't want there to be like a sense of alarm that, the level of safety of people living in that area is a major concern. I've seen our fire department put out a fire on a house that was halfway on Kiki Street between number 25 and number 140 on that, and was able to address it in no time. So I apologize. Anyway, I don't want the people in that triangle to feel a lost sense of security there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. In conclusion, Ms. Adia or Mr. Schulmeister, do you have any other remarks regarding the presentation?
I don't think so, no.
Council, thank you very much for that presentation. Could I have a motion to accept the presentation from ISL Engineering for information? Councillor Wilson, any discussion?
Although I appreciate where you're going, Deputy Mayor, is there not a next agenda item to deal with that? There is an RFP next on the agenda, which is the acceptance potentially of the report and its future use. So, I would like personally to deal with that RFP first and then deal with the motion. That's just my preference.
I have no objection to that. That being the case, Mr. Grady, will you need to have the presenters here while we're moving on to new business, which would be item 6.1?
Deputy Mayor, no, I don't think there's a requirement to stay any further is necessary.
Great, thank you very much. Then on behalf of the administration and council, I'd like to thank you for your presentation and wish you safe travels. Moving on to new business then. Mr. Gibbon, would you like to introduce the water distribution system modeling?
Well, other than really just hand it over to Mr. Greathead, no deputy Mayor Melnick, Mr. Greathead's going to take this RFP, but it really is tying up and providing some of the highlights from the presentation. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Greathead.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Good morning again, Mayor and Council. We have an RFP before Council today with the recommendation to accept the hydraulic modeling report for information and recommend that Council adopt the hydraulic modeling report as part of the development of the utilities master plan going forward in 2023. The alternative is that the committee recommend Council accept the hydraulic modeling study as a standalone document for information. Previously, how we got here, we knew that we were faced with a lot of problems within our system. The advanced stage of our infrastructure, the fact that it was operated and managed by another agency before the municipality was incorporated in 2002. And we ended up adopting a bunch of infrastructure that is now well over 7 years in age. And I believe that we're at almost 50% of 48% of our infrastructure is 50 years old, or is 70 years old, sorry, and more than 70 of it, 70% of the infrastructure is 50 years old. So the average service life on these from the manufacturer usually states 30 to 50 years. Even though in our system, our source water is really good. We can cut up a pipe that's been in the ground for 60 years, and it is so clean inside. We don't get a lot of growth and tuberculation, which would exacerbate a system. Our pipes stay clean, so we're lucky by our geography. We don't have acidic wet soil. We have great drainage, so our piping isn't good. It's in good shape. On the surface and outward appearance, but we still didn't have a really good understanding of what our weaknesses were. And so what we were looking to do is identify those and help us build, make proper recommendations to council for future growth, for future expansion, and to highlight where our weak points are. So this has given us a better understanding of our utility system, and it will help us with community planning and development and renewal of our infrastructure. One thing I'd like to point out is that our typical water usage in Jasper mirrors the city of a size of 20 to 30,000 people. So we do have an exceptional demand on our system for our population size. I believe that Jeffrey was alluding to that. And one last question is about the marginal reservoir. If I could just clarify that question. We do have what we feel is proper supply and a backup. The one question that was arisen was, as we approach our 25-year growth horizon, would we actually meet the CT time? That's their contact time. Our reservoir was quite simple. It's not baffled. There's no weirs or method of ensuring our contact time other than water retention inside the reservoir. So that's something that we'll have to investigate with AEP as we go through for future approvals. But I wouldn't say that is a concern at this point for council. Other than that, I believe that the information in the RFD, it's pretty much mirrors everything that we had listed, but the significant findings is the recommendation for the upgrades to the existing system. They're expected to cost $8.7 million, and that would be the areas, the slides, in particular, I believe it was slides 19, where it showed the little gap on Pyramid Lake area, and then enhancing our fire flow protection overall. So that's what that $8.7 million is suggesting. Further, $1.3 million in upgrades to meet our 25-year growth needs. And then this would require now annual capital spending of about $500,000 for the next 20 to 25 years. So this is just making sure that we do fund our utility system appropriately, gather the revenue that we need through our utility rates, and be able to make sure we have a safe, long-lasting system. The improvements that were recommended for potential water leaks in our aged system, that comes in at about another $11.3 million. And that's future upgrades. The pressure reduction zones that are recommended in the 3 areas of the distribution system would help alleviate a lot of our leakage, and it would provide a more consistent flow throughout our system. Our system would range anywhere from 60 psi to 130 psi in our distribution system. So that's why the pressure reduction zones are recommended with the ISL study. And other than that, I guess I am just available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Any Councillor Kelleher, MP?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and to Mr. Greathead. So the recommended upgrades would be 8.7 million, and then the 11 million, and then the 1.3 million. Now the 500,000 per year, is that to cover all of that, or we need that on top of the capital?
Councillor Happy, the $500,000 a year over the 20 to 25 years, that would cover the $8.7 million in upgrades. That would not address the end of life service replacements, and that would be future work.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
I'm a bit conflicted though, because like Mayor Island had brought up the 25-year growth, and honestly, in my mind, I can't see us hitting 10,000. So these numbers are based on 25-year growth at hitting 10,000 people. So the numbers, in my mind, I can't get behind, because we don't have any more land. So those, when the presenters spoke to that, I guess they spoke to the fact that we would keep revisiting in years to come. So I guess we did that in the opposite way, and forecast a less aggressive growth, which I think would be acceptable considering our scenario within a national park and without any demand available. So currently, I don't know if I could get behind these numbers because of the challenge. And do we accept the fact that we are going to grow in 25 years to 10,000? I don't think we are.
Just Mr. Gibbon?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Yeah, with respect to those future growth horizons, I think fair enough for council to look at that and question whether that's realistic. I think council could interpret that as what could our system in the future have the capacity to serve, and certainly, a bit of a question about what is our daytime population if we included non-residents at peak summer times might be a bit different. And so certainly in a Jasper context, population forecasting is a little bit different than in other communities. And from an administrative perspective, the value in this report is actually on the data on our existing system. I think from both Mr. Greathead's perspective and mine, the supporting significant population growth in the 25-year horizon is less important than ensuring our existing system meets existing standards to serve the current population, and the proposed growth that is currently allowed as of right under Parks Canada's current land use planning, sort of framework. And certainly the addition of ADUs and garage suites through all of those areas is one of the items where administration, I think, wanted to raise in our feedback into parks about ADUs. We did have that administrative discussion and concerns around water capacity because we didn't have this kind of information. So the report itself, its value is really in the analysis of our existing system and the recommendation for upgrades to meet our current needs. The population projections are really less relevant. And as the presenter referenced, these types of studies, they're not a small undertaking. They certainly aren't something that is done annually, but they are done after, they should be done after, within sort of that 5 to 7 year time horizon when you've made capital improvements, and then you reassess, okay, we've spent some money, we've improved the system. What does it look like on the ground today? How have our assets aged over time, and what do those trends look like? So yeah, I hope that provides some comfort. Administration is putting a ton of weight on trying to meet some aggressive future growth target. Administration is trying to get a handle with this report on what do we need to do with our current system to meet existing standards and to serve the existing population.
Anything further, Councillor Wilson?
No.
Okay, Councillor Komodo first and then Councillor Hall.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. And just to further on Councillor Wilson's comment, and to maybe support the findings here, Mr. Greathead did say that our system is more designed or should be designed around a community of 20,000, and that would reflect our kind of shadow population in the summertime, if you want to use that term. Years back when we first started discussing, finding other tools or alternate revenue, an area of concern of mine was that when we start hiring more qualified people in our municipality, we're going to start uncovering more rocks. And when you uncover rocks, there's going to be millions of dollars attached to that. And we're going through that process now. And these are big budget items that we need to discuss on a holistic point of view. And we're talking about maybe moving into land use planning and development if we ever get that from Parks Canada. That's going to add an additional operational burden on the community. So when we start factoring in all these different pieces, it really provides a stronger argument that as a resort municipality, we are to continue down the path we're going is unsustainable. Like the more rocks we uncover, there's $10 million almost every time, whether it's an arena or our water system. So we need to start earlier on our budgeting process for going forward and really take and we've been doing that, but it's a growing concern of mine, and I think that we should have a better outlook on what we can actually do and prioritize what is possible with the amount of funding that we have, because tax dollars are going to have to go up, and we can't keep going to the bank because there's just no money there. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My question is about leakage. Can you measure it? Who pays for it? Where does the water go? Just curious. Is there a lot of it?
Thank you, Councillor Hall. A really good system, water system has about 8% loss in leakage. And that's a pretty good goal to have, is if you're within about that 8% range. A lot of our leakage we find is actually on service lines going into properties. There's some of the materials used back in the day were galvanized pipe. We've had sections where we've had on a 2-inch service line, a 10-foot section of pipe had 8 2-inch holes in it. So a lot of that is on our service lines. So we are doing some And we have been doing some passive leak detection, more like listening, acoustic soundings on our hydrants. We can isolate zones. We can hear where there's turbulence in the water main, and we're trying to zone that out. A lot of our stuff, a lot of our water loss too, I would attribute it to our irrigation and our hydro flushing programs. So that's the bulk of it. I don't think that we are in terrible shape for our system water leakage, but it's something we've always got to be aware of, cognizant of, and looking for. You know, it's just a lot of our services is it'll be susceptible to age and avoid, as opposed to having a wall just appear in our system. If that answers your question.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. As you might expect, I have a series of questions, if I may be permitted, through you to Mr. Gibbon and Mr. Grayhead. It's of no great consequence, but just as a matter of completeness, there is a reference in the RFD to strategic plan relevance. And that's, you know, it's important. That's why we are working on creating a new set of strategic priorities. But housing and organizational excellence have been mentioned, but not safety. And I can't imagine how this is not a critical strategic importance for safety. And so I just encourage staff to think about all of the ways that this is relevant to strategic priorities, and safety of the community has to be one of them. And there's also an element here, I think, of fiscal responsibility, because if we don't take care of this, it's only going to get worse, and it's only going to endanger more people and cost more money. So I'm just suggesting for future reference that when these matters come forward, and there is a reference to how it fits with strategic priorities, there are some fundamental ones that I think are at play here and not necessarily mentioned. That's, as I say, it doesn't change the nature of the discussion. I do, though, want to go back to some earlier discussion that I precipitated when the presenters were still here. And that relates back to the question of both the potential for the reservoir to be filled from above, from Cabin Lake, which the pipe itself, we're told, is not feasible. And then also the encouragement that previous council received a number of years ago to invest, I think it was $175,000 in the opportunity to fill the entire system from the bottom up, so back at Oval Point. And as Councillor Wilson indicated, we relied on the expert evidence that we received, which we are required to do because we are not subject matter experts, invested public money in a system that we were told was absolutely necessary to protect our town, particularly in the event of wildfire. And now we're told that that system is not feasible. So it, I think, makes all of council somewhat wary about a new plan, particularly when it's not $175,000, it's $10 million at stake. And so this is an important, really important matter for council and for the community, and it is unfortunately colored by past experience. So I attribute no blame to either of you, but that is, council is required to rely on subject matter experts for things like this, because we don't have that capacity. And we accepted advice previously, and now we're told the very advice that we accepted was not the advice that we should have. So there's a degree of hesitation. I do have a point to make, but Mr. Gibbon, you're anxious to respond, so I'm happy to pause.
Yeah, certainly, and thanks, Your Worship, and through Deputy Mayor Melnick. Administration wants to ensure that we are building trust with council and with the community. And I do want to make the point that we are not asking for any spending with the adoption of this plan. What we as current administration are trying to do is assemble the appropriate background information and documentation so that when we do come to you with a recommendation for any kind of capital improvement, you should be able to say to us, based on what? Show us the data. And what this is the data that will inform our future capital recommendations to you. We certainly can't speak to what process might have happened before. I'm not aware of an existing utilities master plan that would have had this kind of data in the past. Certainly it's a gap that Mr. Greathead and his team saw that needed to be filled so that we could bring forward to you recommendations that are grounded in facts and evidence that we could point to. And so that's certainly our commitment to you now, is that we're going to develop that type of information. I don't have any knowledge of to what extent it may or may not have existed before, or what evidence you might have received. But certainly today, we're not asking you to make any spending recommendations. We're asking you to accept the data that we're presenting. And then when we do come forward to you in the future with any capital recommendations, we'll be able to ground our recommendation into a logical sequential. This data was found, this recommendation was suggested, the administration has investigated that recommendation and is recommending it to you, council, for all of these follow-ups. So that's certainly the approach that the current administration will take.
Thank you for all that. So to get to where I wanted to go, after all of that discussion, I am inclined to make a motion somewhat different than what is recommended, but I would like to run it by administration first to see whether it aligns with the intent that you've just explained, Mr. Gibbon. And so my proposed motion would be that committee accept the hydraulic modeling report for information. It is really good information to have, so we could accept it for information. And that committee direct administration to employ the report to help inform the development of the utilities master plan in 2023. And that way, we have not adopted something which includes recommendations for spending $10 million. I don't want to go anywhere close to that yet, but I do think that the report that we just received can help inform the development of a utilities master plan. And if that aligns with administration's intended use of the report, then I would be happy to make that particular motion.
Mr. Gibbon?
That can wait on that.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to the mayor's question, certainly that's the intent here. I mean, ultimately, the document that would be on the record, so to speak, would be the utilities master plan. And even the utilities master plan would be subject to annual council approval of budgets. But certainly the way the mayor is proposing to phrase the motion is fine with the administration. It is sort of an acknowledgement that this information has been provided to council and that this information will be used by administration in the development of that comprehensive utilities master plan. And that's fine. I don't think administration imagined this report itself being a standalone item. And so sort of council approval of the document itself is not necessary, because ultimately we're bringing the utilities master plan to council, seeking to have council adopt that utilities master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Mayor Island, anything further? No? Councillors, any other questions for administration? Councillor Demota.
I'm ready to go forward with this motion, but I'd like to make a comment afterwards.
Mayor Island?
I will make then the following motion: that committee accept the hydraulic modeling report for information and direct administration to employ the report to help inform the development of the utilities master plan in 2023.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Demona?
Well, I think this was really good. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. And I just want to allude to a comment that Mr. Given had made. When we go to the province with our discussions about alternate sources of revenue, I'd like this to be part of the bigger, based on what information when we're going to ask for tools. Because, you know, the more we look at things and the more of this compelling information that we have, it's almost undeniable that we can't sustain, you know, what we need to do for tourism in our community with what we have. So we either get out of tourism, which is impossible, or we find other ways, and we need help from the province to help us do that. So I would like to have this study, this report, even at what we have here as part of our arguing or our argument, as well as other things, because paid parking isn't going to fix this. You know what I mean? And every initiative that we take forward, it's always been the argument, what are you doing in your community to maximize your revenues? Well, we're hitting a crux, and I think we're past that crux, and we're just trying to do things to mitigate the bleeding. I think, again, this is another compelling argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Demona. If it is fine with councillors, I'd like to suggest we take a 5-minute recess before we move on to the next 6 items. All those in favor? Thank you. For the public, we'll be back in approximately 5 minutes. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. The next item on our agenda is item 6.2, Activity Center Renovation Construction Management Request for Proposal.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick, that will be me for administration. In front of you, you have a recommendation from administration. And apologies, so I just want to make sure that I'm in the correct place in my agenda package after getting through that large presentation. So you have a recommendation from administration, which really is the final component of assembling our team for the activity center renovation. Administration is recommending that committee recommend to council to award the RFP for the activity center renovation construction manager position to Carlson Construction with fees as follows: for pre-construction services of $15,000 in addition to the cost of construction, and construction management fees, staffing, and general requirements to be included in the total cost of construction budget as previously approved by council. And so I'll maybe just describe the role of the construction manager a little bit before going into any questions or discussion on this. As council knows, in August of last year, council approved WSP to provide project management services to the renovation. They started really helping guide us through and ensure the project was rolling before we had a design, before we had a detailed budget. And then in December of 2021, council awarded the prime consultant services to GPC Architecture. And so they are our designers or architects, if you will. The council will remember that there are a number of different sub trades that are underneath them as well, and sub engineers. And then in April of this year, council approved a revised project scope with a number of different elements that council deemed to be priority. And council at the time also approved an overall project budget of just over $14 million. So in terms of establishing our team, we have those two components, the designers, if you will, as the prime consultant, and our project manager to help coordinate and keep things rolling. And the final portion of our team is the construction manager. The key functions of the construction manager will be to provide cost estimates on an ongoing basis, both at the design stage and as we head in towards tendering the project. They'll provide forecasts with respect to escalation costs. They'll give recommendations on appropriate phasing for which portions of the project should proceed at what time. They will conduct constructability reviews to ensure that what is proposed by our design team is the most efficient and effective actual method of construction. Some members of council may have had experience where an architect, and we'll just use that term as a sort of generalization, proposes something and then the builder on site says that, well, this design could have been done better if it was done, some other way. The role of the construction manager is to partner with the designers to ensure that the designs of the project are things that are the easiest to construct and most cost-efficient approach. So bringing them on ahead of time is intended to allow them to partner in that way. They're also there to be able to make recommendations with respect to product selection. If you could choose between 5 different types of toilets, your construction manager is there to say, well, these toilets are actually meet the standard that you're looking for and are more available than other types of toilets that you might specify in the design. And so they can inform the design before we even go to tender, before we start construction. And they can also give recommendations for alternate approaches or alternate standards that meet the alignment of the use intent the council has and can meet the budget the council has set. On site, the construction manager is also responsible for site safety and the safety of workers and sub-trades, as well as the general public and MOJ staff members, to the extent that there's sort of that crossover between our regular operations and the construction operations. And then finally, the construction manager is also responsible for coordinating with MOJ staff to minimize the impacts of the renovation and construction phases to users of the facility, which will be particularly important as we intend for the facility to continue to have recreational use to the extent that's possible. And so we'll have different construction events happening at the facility at different times, and the construction manager will be responsible for coordinating that with our operational community and development administration to ensure the facility can continue to be operational. So administration had initially gone to the market in November of 2021 for a construction manager. We issued an RFP through the regular channels, but unfortunately no responses were received to that opportunity. In a little bit of analysis afterwards and some inquiries into the marketplace, we understood that it was a reflection of the relatively high uncertainty at the time. In November of last year, we hadn't yet defined the scope of the project or the specific budget for the project. Both of those things have now been changed with recent council decisions, and administration once again went to the market for a construction manager with a revised RFP posted to Alberta Purchasing Connection in May of this year, which closed in early June. At that time, one valid submission was received to our request for proposals, and administration and our project manager did undertake an evaluation of that proposal, even though there was only the one. The submission was from Carlson Construction. They are a Alberta-owned business in their 95th year. They've undertaken a number of successful and high-profile projects that are similar in nature to our activity center renovation, in that they're recreation facilities that had a high level of public engagement and ongoing need for the facility to continue operating. Carlson has worked on those types of recreation facilities, as well as other large building infrastructure upgrades that had both interior and exterior components. And they are also familiar with working in a national park environment. And the demonstration is aware that they are working on other projects in the Jasper area that will offer an opportunity for some coordination. The options available to us, and you'll see those as alternatives. We could proceed without a construction manager and really rely on our project manager and the designers, or we could reissue the RFP to see if we get more market interest. Each of those approaches, though, does come with some risks. Proceeding without a construction manager first would likely increase the schedule by 6 to 9 months. If we were going with a single tender package, we would have to wait until the designers have done the full design, and then we go to tender, and then we find a general contractor to just build. And so rather than being able to break that apart and potentially start some of the smaller projects, smaller portions sooner under the guidance of the construction manager. We would also lose the benefit of constructability reviews. So I was referencing before that partnership between the designers and the construction managers say, you know, as you're designing this tweak would make that more buildable or lower cost. We would lose that opportunity. We would essentially have a design that would go to market and find out what the market would say to build it. And we would lose opportunities to revise the design to enhance our cost control. There's also ongoing cost control throughout the project. We would lose the opportunity to have the construction manager filling that role. Certainly our general contractor would go to tender, would fill that role, but would lose the incentive to reduce the overall project. And having multiple contractors doing specific parts would also increase the general requirements of the profit. I mean, each individual contract they bring on will have additional profit requirements. Reissuing the RFP is an opportunity as well. If we want to go and say, well, maybe if we do it again, maybe we'll find more people would bid this time. There is a risk to the reputation of the municipality if we're seen to be bid shopping and saying, well, we didn't get the answer we want, we're going to go and see if we can find another answer. There is a reputational risk to the municipality, and this would be our third attempt at putting this out into the market. So it can tend to color how potential bidders look at the municipality or how they look at the reliability of municipally issued RFPs. And then again, of course, reissuing an RFP would mean that it would impact our schedules. We'd have to wait for that RFP process evaluation and then ultimately council decision again before engaging somebody. Overall, administration is confident that the team that is proposed by Carlson Construction has the bench strength needed and the experience needed to be able to guide a project like this. We believe that they're a capable and credible opponent that can provide significant value to the project. And administration is confident in making this recommendation. With respect to the fees, I want to note that all of the fees are included in the total budget that was approved by council. So that $14 million budget as approved by council is inclusive of all of these fees. So these are not in addition to, they're included in. So the council approved scope is the project that we're going to build. The council approved budget is the amount of money that we're going to build it within. And the construction manager fees were already included and incorporated into our cost estimates that were provided to you in forming that budget. Deputy Mayor Melnick, I'm almost out of breath, and so I'll turn it back over to you and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon, for that extensive review. Are there any questions, Councillor Wilson?
So just to be clear, and I'm a little confused, as the construction manager position is actually separate from the general contractor position, which a lot of times general contractor would just offer construction management to the project. So I would suggest that a general contractor would do all of these things as well as construction manager. So I feel like it's layering in too many hands into the, I just find the more you add to it, the more divisive it sometimes can get.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Wilson, through Deputy Mayor Melnick. Yes, my understanding is that with a general contractor, that's something that you would seek when you have a finalized design. And so I think the real difference here is the intent, and maybe the terminology is imprecise. There's some overlap there. But the intent here is to bring on a firm with construction experience at an early stage of the project so that it can inform the project design, material choice, phasing and schedule, rather than doing the design and then go to market for general contractor to build a pre-done design. And so really the intent here, titles aside or names aside, is to bring on this role early on to ensure that we have the benefit of that influence in the design process. And that we continue and have that person throughout the entire project. So this really is the general contractor, but the difference is that ability for them to influence the design at an early stage rather than being sort of presented with this design and having to work backwards through it.
Go ahead.
So then the opportunity for Carlson to become the general contractor is quite, is obviously there as well. Is that, am I wrong? Because Carlson does, from my research, do construction management and general contracting.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, yes, that's the case.
Go ahead.
And I guess final question. So it does say $15,000 in addition to the cost of construction. So the only extra that we're looking at would be 15,000, or is it like 100% included in the budget that we've already approved?
These are completely included within the total budget that was approved by council. The total budget included a number of items with respect to the design costs, the engineering costs, FF&E costs, and others. And so this $15,000 of pre-design would be in that sort of design category. So there is not a request for an increase to the previously approved budget that the council gave us earlier this year.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to Mr. Given. Do you know roughly what the cost of construction is for the total budget, so excluding design and engineering and all that?
Yeah, thanks very much, George. It's approximately $10 million is the cost of construction, and so that's the difference. There is these fees, the design fees, the other engineering fees, and the like. And I think probably the question you're getting to is, well, how much is this going to cost? And so a reasonable estimation would be approximately $2 million. So 22% of the roughly $10 million cost of construction is the answer to that.
And because there was a single submission, we don't have the advantage of seeing different quotes, but I would expect that there must be some sort of industry standard. And do we know what that industry standard would be, and would it be approximately 23%?
Your worship, I don't have the knowledge of what an industry standard would be. I don't have that at hand. Certainly we could get that from WSP with our project manager. Administration has worked with WSP to make sure that we are getting good value for dollar here. And the advice that they give us is that this is within that range. I can certainly follow up to provide council with more information about what that range would be. But this is within that range, and that once Carlson is able to actively begin working on the project, their desire and our desire as administration would for them to start to influence the project so that our cost of construction would be able to go down, or that we'd be able to find additional synergies in the project too. Certainly in this inflationary environment, to keep the project within its approved budget. So certainly I don't want to be here suggesting that the additional risk will reduce the cost of the project. The intent of having a construction manager here and this professional advice is to influence the design of the project so that we can accomplish the functionality that council prescribed within the budget that council set. Your worship, I hope that answers your question.
It does. I have one further question, and that is whether there is any possibility, if we know now the assumed cost of construction and can do a calculation of the fee that we would pay to the construction manager, could we fix the amount to help incentivize the saving of money? Because if we're paying construction manager 5% of construction cost, then every time somebody suggests an enhancement to the project, or as you alluded earlier, well, you can buy these toilets or those toilets. What is the incentive for the construction manager to reduce costs to the owner, us, if they're getting paid a percentage of the construction cost?
Your worship, fair question. I think I would like to be able to bring WSP to answer a little bit more about that in the practical sense, about their experience in doing it. The commitment here is that we're essentially setting a maximum cost of the overall project as previously established by council. And the expectation that we're bringing on the construction manager is to ensure that the project can be completed within that budget. My greatest concern as administration, certainly today, is that there's a risk that we, all things being equal, and if we didn't pay enough attention to keeping costs in line, that we may not be able to deliver the functionality that council directed within the approved budget. And I think that's the most likely risk to the project right now, just given the uncertainty in the inflationary environment. And that's why administration is recommending having this upfront construction advice rather than waiting. And your worship, it does not get to the point that you're making about, well, what about just fixing the fee and then requesting, and then there's sort of that benefit. If they can get the project constructed for less, then great, their fee stays the same. But if the perception that the project, if any savings that they find in the project would reduce their fee on a percentage basis, I think that's unlikely to materialize in our inflationary environment right now. On the balance of probability, I would say that there's a greater risk of the project being over budget. And administration will not bring to you a project that is over budget. But I think I'm not worried about the risk of the project costing less than we thought it was going to cost.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Wilson.
And sorry, just to clarify, the construction manager would be employed throughout the whole project. When does, and so then they would oversee the general contractor?
Deputy Mayor Millett, Councillor Wilson. My understanding is that the construction manager is really filling the role of the general contractor. The difference being that they are working with us as a partner and a partner in the design process, rather than being a general contractor that's selected, given a set of blueprints and told to go and build it. So that's really the nuance there. So I guess we could be calling this the general contractor, except for that difference that they are actually taking an active role in managing the design of the project, influencing the design of the project, reporting with us, whereas the general contractor would really be at a later stage of the development to get a set of prints and say, go and build these prints. That would be general contractor. The construction manager will also have the relationships with the trades and everything else, but they are started in an early stage where they can actually have some influence in the design on our behalf.
Yeah, that now clearly makes sense. And I think the sooner you get the general contractor or construction manager involved in the project, the better. And I
Councillor Keller-Hampy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and through you to Mr. Gibbon. So as you said earlier, that we had a project in the past where it was shut down for a long time. So this contractor would make sure that design, the architects, the construction company would all work together, the sub-trades, and if there was problems, he would identify them ahead of time, right?
Yes, through Deputy Mayor Melnick, administration here is really assembling a project team. It did start with WSP as a project manager. Because of our in-house capacity and experience with large capital projects, we wanted to ensure that there was somebody who was not the designer and not the builder, but was there to ensure that the project continued to roll along and that there was a register of potential risks that was being maintained. Because some of those risks could relate to the designers or to the builders. So that's WSP, who are handling project management. The prime consultant, the designers, are on, that's GEC, and then this is the third and final component. And the intent here is to assemble a team that is both has the independence to ensure that they're acting in our best interests, And certainly WSP has no stake in the game over the construction or the design. You know, they really don't have any chips in either of those games, other than what's in our interest and what we direct them to do. The designers and the builder, the construction manager, coming on together at an early stage allows both of them to be working in our interest in a collaborative manner. So the intent is to learn from past construction projects where maybe we didn't have the same kind of team assembled. And our belief is that having this sort of comprehensive approach will allow for the best results.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon.
So just to wrap it up in my mind, then this will keep us also on track in the construction schedule that we looked at last month, where we were in relation to getting tendering and design and so on. This will keep us relatively close to that.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Malik. In fact, that's a part of the reason why this is here today. We want to ensure that we got it to committee today, so that we go to council prior to the brief break where there are no regular scheduled council meetings, in order to help keep that timeline on track.
Great, thank you. Councillor Keller-Murphy.
May I ask one more question? Just kind of off the topic a little bit. I'm just wondering where we are with the ice plant. A few people have asked.
Deputy Mayor Malik. So the ice plant is an independent project. Another reason why we need to have additional coordination and why having the construction manager on early will be helpful, because this construction manager, the activity center renovation, will have to interface at an earlier stage with the ice plant renovation project. We have brought together those two teams, so our design team for the overall activity center renovation and the team for the ice plant improvement. My understanding is that we're currently working through the parks approvals process. Submissions have been made and that's underway. We have an expectation that we're going to be heading towards construction, I believe, this fall. I'll ask Mr. Reed and Mr. Greathead to provide an update to council so that we have that information for the public.
Thank you for that.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Gibbon? No? We're looking for a recommendation. Councillor Wilson.
I would recommend that, I would make a motion, the committee recommend council award the RFP for the activity center renovation construction manager to Carlson Construction with fees as follows. Reconstruction services of $15,000. And here's where the wording, Bill, it says in addition to, so that's my only on there. It says in addition to the cost of construction.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I think you could delete that pre-construction services of $15,000. That's essentially their consulting services prior to construction. So I think that you could delete that. And I don't think it would change the intent.
Okay. Sorry for the hiatus there. So pre-construction services of $15,000 to the cost of construction. No, in pre-construction services of $15,000, and that the construction CMP staff and the general requirements to be included in the total cost of construction budget previously approved by that.
Thank you for that. And no further discussion? I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving along to agenda item 6.3, food security program update. And that is Mr. Gibbon, yourself, and Mr. Reed.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick, I believe Mr. Reed's there. He's going to present the report, and we'll just say this is a preliminary or early response to a portion of the direction that was given previously in response to the presentation about food security at a committee meeting a couple weeks ago. Over to you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you very much, CEO Gibbon and through Deputy Mayor to Council. Yes, the item before you is what we would call an initial response to that broader item. And we're calling it a Food Security Working Group. So the recommendations are that committee recommend council approve the draft terms of reference for a Food Security Working Group, and that committee recommend council appoint a member of council to the Food Security Working Group. Alternatives, of course, that committee direct administration to amend the draft terms of reference for the Food Security Working Group and return the amended item to council. The background: on June 28th, committee heard from the Jasper Local Food Society about the state of food security in Jasper, and they offered some ideas as to what the municipality could consider doing. In motion 292/22, committee directed administration to explore opportunities for the municipality to support food security efforts and report back to a future committee the whole meeting. Under discussion, I obviously won't read it verbatim, but they listed really 3 opportunities. The first one was administration, or rather, explore opportunities for municipality support coordination, administration, mobilization of food security focus groups. That's the one item that we see as what we might call a quick win. That's what we're talking about this morning. So we see the formation of a time-limited food security working group as a near-term opportunity that could support coordination and mobilization of these groups, as well as possibly inform some of the longer-term opportunities. Second opportunity revolved around composting and the infrastructure, operation, education. So that will be coming to future discussions. And the third recommendation, which really had 3 parts, was to increase opportunities for Jasperites to produce their own foods. And so we believe that the formation of a time-limited council-supported food security working group would be able to inform those 3 other sub-goals specifically. It's a very complex situation. It's not just a recent trend. And we do sort of want to remind the residents, as well as inform anybody who is unaware, that the municipality currently does offer substantial immediate support to those experiencing food insecurity. Since 2020, Community Outreach Services has been disseminating federal COVID relief funding called Reaching Home through our partner at the Rural Development Network. Directing our residents, helping Jasperites overcome small but significant barriers to optimal well-being. A key point of discussion is what output council wishes to see from the time-limited food security working group. Administration recommends the coordination of 3 meetings between August and October to draft recommendations specific to advancing food security in Jasper. And we would aim to be able to give those recommendations for council to consider should there be monetary recommendations in the 2023 budget. You can see there is strategic relevance, and I should have listed to the draft strategic plan. And financially, administration can support the food security working group within the existing 2022 budget. In the follow-up actions, we would bring a report with the results of the working group's efforts as part of the response to the motion 292/22, which is on the follow-up action list there. So we have attached the draft terms of reference for that food security working group, hoping that should council see anything in there that they wish to add, amend, change, or perhaps it meets council's direction or council's vision already. And I'm open to questions.
Councillors, questions for Mr. Reid? Mayor Ackerland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'm happy to begin. Through you to Mr. Reid, I have just a general comment and one question, or 2 questions, I think. The purpose of these terms of reference is indicated as advancing food security. There is not anywhere a definition of food security. I've taken a look at the definition for food security put forward by the United Nations Committee on World Food Security, and they have a working definition of food security. And I wonder whether in terms of this document, it would be worth either referencing that definition or providing a different definition. And I say that because the presentation that we heard a week ago, I thought included elements that are probably far beyond food security. And not that they aren't important social considerations in our community, but they're not really food security issues, I thought. Composting being one of them. So without a definition, what is a food security working group supposed to dig into?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through your worship. That is definitely part of why this is a working group without that level of clarity yet. So, you know, something as simple as composting, how does that relate to food security? If we're trying to grow our own food and we don't have a good supply of soil, then composting now becomes linked to food security. And so this would be part of the committee, or the working group rather, part of their role would be to clarify exactly what that means in Jasper. And I think I'd stop there. Does that answer your question, Your Worship?
Potentially, again, it's not clear in the terms of reference that is the role of the committee, but or the working group, but it could be added that one of their roles first is to develop a working definition of what food security means in Jasper. I look at item 7 of the proposed terms of reference, making recommendations. And while I support that the recommendations should be directly related to food security, again, without a definition, how will we measure whether that is the case? They should be doable, which is described, and fair enough. I think that is right. It seems to me that we might consider whether they should also be material. And that becomes a really, I think, difficult question. There is much that you could do to enhance community gardens, but in terms of overall food security for a community, is it material to the outcome? So I would just encourage some thought about materiality in the terms of reference, because without that, I think it lacks sort of context for the working group. Those are my questions or comments. Thank you.
Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think Mayor Ireland is sort of striking on something that administration was also wrestling with. There certainly appears to be an acute need and desire to act on some specific issues in the near term. At the same time, there's this larger question you're sort of getting to: what is food security? What is food security for Jasper? What do we really mean by that? And I think a part of the role of the food security working group, or this group, let's say, would be to help us to define the problem. And so not just to recommend specific actions, although that might be a portion of it, but I would hope that they would help us define the problem so we can have a larger discussion about, you know, what is food security in Jasper and what types of actions would make tangible, meaningful impact on that. And so I think that would be a part of the work of the group, although it isn't sort of specifically itemized that way in the terms of reference. That is something I think that Mr. Reid and myself were both hoping the group would be able to do. Mr. Reid references that the intent is for the group to provide recommendations that would be in time to be able to inform, you know, the 2023 budget, so that we'd be in a position to be able to not only act on things, but to ensure our actions were in alignment with whatever the overall definition was. So it might be unstated or understated, but I think certainly from an administrative view, we were hoping that this group would help us better define the problem in the first place, as well as potentially suggest some actions to address whatever the problem is that we end up defining. And I appreciate that's a bit of a chicken and egg, but as you pointed out, you know, there's a UN World definition of food security, does that really apply to Jasper? Like, sub-Saharan Africa food security and Jasper food security are pretty different. And I think that we're hoping that this group will be able to give us a bit clearer definition of the problem as it occurs in Jasper, so that then we can begin to identify actions to tackle that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. A question for yourself and or Mr. Reed. The recommendation or the structure of the terms of reference has a member of municipal council and a member of community outreach services. I see in item 4 under roles and responsibility that community development will ensure maintenance. Is that an indication that there'd be administrative support to those 2 individuals which will form the working group of 5? Or am I misreading that?
Thank you, Councillor, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Melnick. That is correct in one sense. So yes, we intend to facilitate this meeting and create that administrative support. We also are intending to have, or requesting to have, community outreach services on the committee because they are the frontline information boots on the ground. So there's 2 roles, or there are 2 roles that we are describing here. Does that clarify that?
It does 2 roles administratively and then 1 role with council.
Correct.
Great, thank you for that clarity. Any questions, any other questions by councillors? There being no other questions, Councillor Waxer.
I was just going to say that I'm very happy to see that this is coming forward because I was left with concern realizing the substantial increase in demand at the food bank and in the food rescue group and the potential for there not to be sustainability of those organizations in order to continue meeting that needs. I'm happy that we're going to pull people together and look at those concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Mayor Ireland, or sorry?
Oh,
You're
my
our
mic's
two
on. Sorry, it's been on for a while. Just, we have 1 employee on the group, or rather, could we, why do we have that 1 employee from community outreach services? We could just as easily have an employee from operations who would take in composting training. We do already have a municipal representative on the board, being a councillor. Community outreach services, we might be singling out 1 employee that may benefit or be a benefit to the group, but there are other municipal employees that could be benefits to the group. So maybe we don't have any employees on the group, but they could assist the groups if need be.
If I may, your Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Wilson, that may be a very good point in the sense that what we're expecting that outreach services representative to do is to bring the, in essence, a technical perspective. And so perhaps that's a way we could say, and you're right, that composting, there's also a technical perspective on the state of volunteerism. There are a few technical perspectives that perhaps should be not on the board. Council will recognize that this was fairly quickly done, so you're getting one of our thinnest efforts here. So that's a great point, and I think that's perhaps an amendment that that would be. Well, I think there's several amendments that have been suggested, but that's another one that you certainly have our support, I suppose.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My question is a couple questions. how are the members of the other organizations chosen for this group? That just maybe left up to those groups? And the groups on this list, that they must be aware of this. I was also, like Councillor Boxer, very excited to see this on our agenda when it came out on Friday. And I can only assume that these groups are also very excited to see this moving forward. But yeah, how are they, is there any outline to how they choose their representative?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Hall. So what we are expecting in the terms of reference list is that each group submits their representative, and each group is also responsible for submitting a different representative should that representative be unavailable to attend the initial representative. So yes, we are definitely expecting each group to provide who they see as the appropriate representative on the working group.
Anything further? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Wilson's suggestion that we could have other municipal employees engaged, including from operations, but I wonder whether an avenue to encourage that would be just to amend one of the bullet points in section 4, roles and responsibility. There is an existing bullet that says that the role of community development will be to invite special guests to attend meetings when appropriate. That could be invite subject matter expertise, including municipal employees, to attend, so that there is a link, and we may not have to populate the working group with more people, but make that expertise that we have in-house available to the working group. So just a suggestion for a refinement of the proposed terms of reference to capture the position that Councillor Wilson took.
If I may, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to your worship, I think you're right. I think in 4, we in essence already have enabled that ability. What we're talking about really specifically is the addition or the current status of community outreach services worker on the working group board itself. And that role we put in there because we know that our outreach workers are dealing with this almost on a daily basis, if not certainly weekly. So they would bring a certain level of knowledge right away to the table that isn't as specific as composting. It's about the people side of this equation. So we had suggested that as a way to ensure that the people side of the equation got that boots on the ground level in almost a representation of those vulnerable individuals that these organizations are currently serving. Now, the organizations also represent that position, and the roles and responsibilities of Section 4 would allow us to bring that perspective every meeting if that's what the committee wished to see, or the working group. So I think it is definitely, we can go forward with this these few amendments and bring that back to next Tuesday's meeting in a satisfactory way. I think we have clarity on those points that you've made, but I'm certainly willing to hear more. Absolutely, this is great.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Are there any other questions for Mr. Reid or for Mr. Gibbon? I just also want to add my support and recognition of administration to responding to motion 292/22 at our last committee of the whole, where we received the report from the individuals, and I think this is a good indication of us reacting quickly. And I do appreciate the amount of effort and work that has been put into this request for a decision, which now brings us to potentially a recommendation from the committee. Councillor. Is that Mr. Reed?
My apologies, Deputy Mayor. I was only going to say I could summarize the amendments that I've heard, if that would help to create a motion.
Sure, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. So we would add more clarity on definition and perhaps the background on the UN definition, but we would add a section in there describing how important getting a Jasper definition would be. We would add clarity on materiality to section 7, and we would remove the standing member from community outreach and create more clarity on how and when technical experts would be brought forward, or subject matter experts would be brought forward. That's what I've got in my notes. If I caught everything accurately.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I would move that committee recommend council approve the draft terms of reference with the amendments that Director Reed just laid out for a food security working group. And I'd also move that committee recommend council appoint a member of council to the food security working group.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? There being, your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's sort of the motion. I just wanted to speak to the proposed amendments, and listening to Mr. Reed a moment ago discussing the role of community development. It occurs to me that the opening phrase of Section 4, roles and responsibilities, leaves me a bit concerned. And so rather than say that community development will ensure the maintenance of an unbiased viewpoint, which maybe yes, maybe no, maybe there is a legitimate bias already in favor of a social element. So I don't know that it is accurate to say they bring an unbiased viewpoint, and it might be amended to say that community development will ensure the maintenance of a community social perspective and ensure that the working group carries out its function by. It just seems to be a negative way to state it, to say that they're going to be unbiased. In some respects, we expect that. On the other hand, there is, I think, a recognized bias within community development toward social improvement. And so why shouldn't that be front and center? So I'm just suggesting that as a more positive way to make the statement. And I would, if you're going to have a motion that encourages that this come back with amendments, I would encourage to take a look at that as a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. If there's no other discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. There are none opposed. And thank you, Mr. Reed and Mr. Gibbon. Moving on to item 6.4, paid parking program update. And I believe that will be Mr. Gibbon and Ms. Nadon.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'll just briefly introduce the report. Obviously, the paid parking program is a highly public-facing program, and the administration is going to bring forward a year-end wrap-up for the program. But we thought, given the materiality of it to the municipal budget and the public-facing nature of the program, it was worthwhile having a bit of an interim report to outline how the program's gone so far. And Ms. Vaughn is going to lead that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to start by recognizing my colleague, Mrs. Natasha Malinchak, our Director of Finance and Administration. She is not here today, but we are very much working on this program together. And as stated in the report, the recommendation is that committee receive the paid parking program update for information. There is also an alternative included, which I will speak to later in the report. And so in terms of a project update, some background on what we've done so far. So there was our first pilot project in 2021 that was a bit more limited in scope. And then in January of this year, council approved the implementation of a permanent program, which is seasonal currently and expanded to include downtown parking lots as well as Geeky Street, which is a residential area that is now new to the paid parking zones. And council also set the rates, approved the installation of kiosks, and also the implementation of an exemption program for residents. As Mr. Given outlined, we will be returning to council at the end of the season, so the project is scheduled to be over on October 31st, and we will have a more detailed analysis of the program as well as recommendations moving forward into 2023, so those can be considered as part of the budget. This year's program launched during the week of May 16th with the installation of signage downtown. So as you can imagine, that took several days. So as signage went up, it indicated that paid parking was in effect in specific zones, as well as updating the traffic safety bylaw was another important item that we completed this year, which allows us from an enforcement standpoint to move forward with ticketing and potential moving forward and making sure we can prosecute those tickets. We've installed 2 payment stations. So the kiosks were installed at the end of last week. Of course, we were impacted by the Rogers network outage and needed to run updates. And there's always twists and turns in any project implementation. So the kiosks actually went live on Saturday afternoon and have been processing a fair few payments. They are being used and they are functional. And from looking at the data, I can tell you that the public washrooms one is way busier than the old fire hall. So those are the types of data sets we can pull from the system. We've also added maps to the zone with "You Are Here" indicators so people can orient themselves. So we found for visitors to orient themselves with that map is not always simple. So that was an extra step that we took, as well as creating handouts, which were distributed to the information center, as well as the Tourism Jasper team, and are available for businesses who might like to have a small stack so they can answer queries from visitors more effectively. Paid parking has been a challenging project to implement. It represents a major change in how people utilize public lands for parking, visitors and residents. And the introduction of a web-based mobile app, so the technology factor has been requiring a lot of staff time and technical support time from the hotspot team, and people have been rather frustrated and irate about the technology. And but despite those challenges, we do feel that technology is one of the strengths of the program and definitely the way forward for the paid parking program in Jasper. It's accompanied by signage and kiosks, of course, but the basis of the program being tech-based is the way to go. We've received reports of visitors having difficulties with the QR codes or the app, and we've been diligently following up with Hotspot, our service provider, to ensure that everything was working as it should. And in most issues, I want to say 95% of issues reported, it is usually related to either the device itself or the user or the network. And that the software and the signage themselves, there are no recorded issues. And data we're using to confirm that statement is that Hotspot has recorded 22,000 transactions in June. So therefore, people are successfully accessing the system. We've provided a bit of an estimate of revenue so far. And I can add this morning that the July figure that you see in terms of net revenue, so the revenue is higher than that, but there are service fees for Hotspot, there are taxes, and there are a number of items that come off of that revenue. So the figures you see there is the net revenue for the municipality. And I had another look this morning, and I'm not confirming a final amount without confirmation from Mrs. Malinchak, but that number for July so far is up to around 40,000. So that's between Thursday last week and Tuesday this week. We've increased by about $15,000. So that's demonstrating the financial significance of the program for the organization. So this total would be more around 130,000 is where we're at currently. And we've also provided a breakdown of the residential permits that we've issued so far. So 1,400 permits, that is a lot of permits. And I would like to thank the team for our administrative team, which spans from Mrs. Malinchak's department to my own to community development. We've also had activity center staff approving permits. And so 1,400 in 2022. The application approval process for residential permits is ongoing. And when we launched the program in May, the first 5 weeks of the program operated without the 500 hours of free parking program, as it was not ready to launch. That was an addition that the service provider had to develop for us. So we saw a bit of a delay there. And then moving into that second part of the report, there have been some pretty significant challenges with the 500-hour program. Including technical issues that we faced when we launched initially. Those have been resolved as far as I can assess for myself. And but we are hesitant to pursue the implementation of the 500 hours of parking because it is unique to Jasper and was developed by Hotspot only for us, and therefore it is a bit more difficult to provide technical support for, which meant that our staff team has been quite involved in tech support that generally would be provided by Hotspot, but that we had to get involved in because of the level of detail and how granular the program is. We've had to get involved more directly, and the level of friction that the program has created with our residents is higher than we originally anticipated. So we've also provided the volume of online resident inquiries we've received, and you can note that week 6 would have been when we launched the 500-hour program. We were on the receiving end of quite a few web communications, and unfortunately, we weren't able to document how many in-person interactions we've had. But between the administrative office and the activity center front desk, there are also a number of requests and inquiries that were fielded that way. We've also included some data on the usage of the program so far. So that's specifically for the 500 hours. So out of our 1,400 permit holders, 147 have successfully used the 500-hour function. Number of parking sessions is in there as well. And just to illustrate the challenge for residents to sort of identify what they're supposed to do or not do, 28 of them actually paid for a session, even though they were, if they're documented this way, it means they had a residential permit to begin with. So they were permitted, but still paid for a session, which if you try to use the app to pay or scan the QR code, that is possible. To wrap up on this part, I think I've outlined well that the 500-hour program has required more staff time for implementation and development, but also for troubleshooting and user support. And because it is a program that is unique to Jasper, it is harder to support from a technical standpoint overall. And the main benefit of discontinuing the 500-hour program would be that we could go from currently 4 different residential permit types to 1. So that would make it a lot easier for residents to understand what they're supposed to be doing or not. It would make it a lot simpler to administrate on our end. And that recommendation specifically to reduce the number of permit types, not necessarily to discontinue the 500-hour program, is supported by our service provider, so by Hotspot, as industry best practice. The level of detail of our residential permit system currently is difficult to manage. In closing, it's not a very pleasant statement, but I would like to highlight that our staff have been on the receiving end of a lot of difficult situations, people being very irate to levels that we've never seen before, even for taxes or utilities. So continuing impacts on our staff mental health and just ability to deal with other projects and continue on with day-to-day tasks, and also develop the paid parking program more thoroughly for future years and current challenges is where we could reorient our resources if we were to discontinue the 500 hours program. So we recognize that council has made a decision to implement this program. That's why you can note that this option comes up as an alternative. The recommendation currently is to accept the report for information, and shall council wish to move in that direction, there's an alternative provided, but we also respect that a decision was made and we're presenting to you this information after 3 months of running the program. This is where we're at. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon. Appreciate that, and also appreciate the efforts of the staff in responding to the negative comments and say abuse by residents and others. And of course, that was not the intent while this was being contemplated a number of months ago. I just say that is my opinion, and it is unfortunate that that did occur. Councillors, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Nadon? Councillor Wilson.
Is the the estimated revenues, does that include revenues from prosecuted tickets, or would that be on top of?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Councillor Wilson, that is net revenue from through hotspot. So it does not include the enforcement. So yes, revenue from ticketing is not accounted for in this report.
Councillor Keller-Hampy.
I too apologize to your staff for what you're going through. I do have a question on it, and one of the most things I hear back is that when they go to use the app or for the local, it comes up and says you can't use it. I think he tried to fix it, but yesterday I ran into somebody again that said, like, we tried to go in and use 500 hours, but it doesn't allow us.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Keller-Hampy, and I would just like to add, thank you for your empathy for our staff for dealing with all the requests, and it's an unfortunate occurrence, but not one that can be attributed to a council decision. I mean, by all means, we are in this together. and so, yeah, so the issues that we faced when we initially launched the 500-hour program were some residents were being asked to input a credit card number, which we recognized was not the intent of the program and shouldn't be required. And working with Hotspot, they have fixed the issue, and that is the challenge. We can't, look at everyone's phones individually, but I have checked with a few people that were getting that error message, and reports tell me that it is now resolved. And the other one was the 500 hours is tied to a specific permit type, so to the resident at large permit. So if someone is not assigned that permit, everyone should be on the back end. We've ensured that that was the case, but if you are not assigned the right permit type, then the discount doesn't work, right? So the discount code, that's why we can share it so freely and easily, is because you need to have an approved residential permit in order for it to work. So even if a visitor tried to input the discount code, if they haven't applied for a resident permit, they would not get the discount. So we've faced quite a bit of friction getting people registered in the system, so applying for a residential permit, and that was the first wave of technical support and ensuring people got to the right product and were assigned the right permits. Now the 500 hours is adding an extra layer where in addition to applying for and receiving approval for their residential permit, residents now have to do something when they're on the street. So they have to open the app, go to parking, input the zone, and input the discount code. So a few user-related issues that we faced is you do have to manually input the zone number. If you don't input the zone number, the discount code will not work. The discount code is Jasper with a lowercase j. It is case sensitive. A lot of phones want to autocorrect to capital J. And if it's a capital J Jasper, then the discount code doesn't work. So those are all issues that we could communicate and reinforce and get people trained in using the program, but that will and likely will continue to generate additional support requests, technical support requests, which we're working with Hotspot to make sure their tech people can support our users. But like I said, because it's a unique to Jasper program, we've been pretty heavily involved in that tech support so far. So it's working. It's supposed to be working. Now, tech issues, user ability to actually access the program is where we're at in the development and launch of the $500 program.
So I believe I saw Councillor Demona, followed by Councillor Wilson, followed by Councillor Hall.
Okay, as usual, I have a bunch of stuff, so I'll break mine up and just to congratulate you and your staff for implementing the program. Regardless of when we started this, it was going to be hard just for supply issues too, to get signs and all that. So just to get it going in the heat of summer and everything, that's great. It's nice to see the kiosks there working. You know, just from a revenue standpoint, I was going to ask a budgetary question on what we were kind of forecasting for the overall amount, but we're kind of trending towards $400,000 in revenue right now. And I think that's kind of on the low end because we did have a slow start in May and June and maybe September and a little bit of October to bring us some greater revenue. So at the end, I hope it washes out by the time we pay staff and everything else. We can get some more kiosks and make this more of a better revenue generator. So thanks for that. My main question, I guess, would be, would it not be easier at this point in time if we are going to forego the credit system to just use our parks passes? If you have a residential parks pass, are there any, through you, Deputy Mayor Malik, to Ms. Neto, are there any situations where there will be residents with vehicles in the community that don't have park passes, or vice versa? People that live outside of Jasper that will have a resident pass, like, if they are, they might be few instances. So I think the direction I'm going is, wouldn't it just be easier if you've got a parks pass on your windshield, you can park in any residential zone and then 2 hours downtown?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Councillor Demota. That is a program decision that we made, I would suggest, last year. But I think there are benefits to getting residents to sign up for the hotspot system and just to gather that data and be able to monitor what's happening. And from an enforcement standpoint, it's all electronic as well. So our bylaw staff can go out and it's, as they scan license plates, they can see in the system whether those are residents or not. Reducing the number of residential permits would simplify things, but I think implementing our own system with our own registration process, I believe is the way to go. And that registration process can carry on, as in we can use that same data set for next year. Like we don't have to ask everyone to sign up again in the future. There were so many changes to the program between last year and this year. That's why we decided to get people to reapply for 2022. But certainly, given the amount of work that went into registering those 1,400 users, we definitely want to keep them registered and working with that data moving forward. Just for program administration, it makes things more efficient and more detailed on our end. I know Mr. Given also has information around this.
Yeah, thanks very much, Director Nadon, through Deputy Mayor Melnick, for Councillor Demota. All the way around the horn there. The challenge is not so much in getting somebody registered as a resident or not. I think the challenge that we're seeing with the system is the number of ways we segment and break residents into different classes. So it actually, I think the, minor upside in the fact that people had to do anything, was a bit of a bump, and certainly not something anybody likes to have to do. Getting people proof of residency was pretty easy. We took a very open approach to that. I think, a bill showing an address, showing your name, there were a whole bunch of different ways. Parks does not, there were, I think, some FOIP logistics around getting parks to release their information about who's got them, because they didn't collect that information with the purpose of giving it to another entity. So there's those kind of things. And so I don't think that addition would, particularly at this time in the program, would offer any sort of relief to the challenge that we're seeing. It's something that we could look at further collaboration between parks and municipality in the future. But for that current issue, we're having no problem getting people
registered as residents. It's about, once they are registered as residents, their ability to use the program with the layers of complexity that it has.
And that's good. If I may follow up, thank you, sir. I was just going, we saw the most difficult part of the application, and I was going to the easiest because, and I was trying to make my diatribe a little shorter. The feedback that I've been getting is like, why don't we just make it easy and go with the Parks Pass? And that's why I asked that, because with this information, I have a better understanding and can relay why we're doing it this way. And I appreciate that. And I think that might be the best way to go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, followed by Councillor Hall.
Well, just to follow on that comment, why don't we make it easier? Well, one of the reasons why we didn't make it easier and free passes for everybody was to deter people from driving downtown unless they absolutely needed to. That's why we have 500 credits, 500 hours in it. I feel like super unfortunate that people are irate about free parking. There's many communities across our province, across the world, that have paid parking, period. 0 free credits, 0 free parking for anybody in the community. We've made an effort to accommodate residents, and residents need to make an effort to accommodate paid parking. I think if they feel that they should still be warranted free parking for the future. So in my mind, I'd like to see the 500-hour credit program carry through the rest of the season. It's only been launched, from what I see, about a couple of weeks ago. There's a large bump in resident passes. I would hope that the irate residents will fall off. I believe it's most likely a small amount of loud people, and I'm very unfortunate that our municipal staff have to deal with that. But residents are getting free parking, and we have the ability to suggest that everybody should pay. We have the ability to reduce the amount of hours that we're allowing. I think 500 hours is more than acceptable. So in my mind, I'd like to see the program carry on to the end. It is the first year doing this, and I'd like to see the results by the end of the program and make further decisions then. And I apologize in the short term for staff having to deal with unacceptable behavior.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and I too feel bad that you guys are going through this, because I'm with Councillor Wilson on this, and it's free parking. It's a new program. There will be bugs and kinks to work out. People will get on board. But my question, I guess, would be, if we were to discontinue the 500 hours, it would just be a full-on exemption for everybody all day long, or to go back to just 2 hours at a time. Because to me, and I've said this before, free downtown parking is subsidized storage for privately owned possessions. So it's high real estate, land costs money. I might support maybe moving into the future, no exemptions downtown with the exception of our seniors and people that need it, to maybe free parking in parking lots for locals. But I do also want to see this program continue, because I think this is where we're going to get the very best data. Like I know at the expense of maybe the administrative staff, but I'm hoping that, was it a lot of angry people in the beginning, and is it slowing down, or is it staying the same?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through the Councillor Hall. So if the 500-hour program was discontinued, we would go back to, you need to register for a residential pass. So you need to apply and get approved for a permit. And then the policies that we associate to the permits after that are variable. But if we were to simply discontinue the 500 hours, it means that residents could park for free, but they would still be subject, of course, to posted time limits, which are separate from paid parking altogether. So if we were to issue a ticket for exceeding the amount of time you're parked in a 2-hour zone, that is not a paid parking offense. That is a parking offense more generally. So that would still apply. And other possibilities could be that, and I don't want to speak out of turn, and if there's one thing I learned from paid parking is that it's very complex and there's always issues that come down the road that you really need to think through before you implement them, is by zone. So for example, residents could park for free in parking lots, but not on street. Defining it by zone would still allow us to have one permit, but all the conditions have to apply to all the permit holders. And as soon as we start talking about an exemption for mobility or technology, for example, well, we need two different permit types. And then the number of permit types is what becomes complex to manage. I think another item for clarity on the 500-hour program is that it launched on June 21st. Shortly after that, we were notified of the credit card issue, started dealing with it, and essentially sent an email to all the permit holders and said, hold on, until we fix this, you don't have to do it, kind of thing. So the program launched, but then we took it back, kind of, and then we resolved the issues around the credit card. And then at the same time, we figured out that there was an issue with the permits that were assigned. So we thought certain permits were assigned to users, and it turns out they were not. And that's our own troubleshooting that exposed that problem. And then we had to follow up and fix it, essentially. So as is written in the report, I have some level of comfort that the technical issues are resolved, but I am hesitant to say that they are all resolved. And then we did launch the program, but as you can see by the usage, we've had 147 people out of 1,000 using it. So if we continue with the 500-hour program, then we are embarking on another round of communication, how to use it, and then just generating another round of launching the residential program. And I think another aspect to consider also is that currently our enforcement approach with residents has been, I think we've issued, I would have to check with Mr. Jones, but as far as I know, one ticket to a resident, might have been 5 by now, but we haven't been ticketing residents, essentially. And if we pursue the 500-hour program, if people go downtown, they're registered in the system, but they don't clock in, clock out their 500 hours, they would be subject to ticketing, or that's an enforcement conversation that we need to have. And if we're going to pursue with the program, enforcement should go with it. So that's another area where we might see, like I said, we haven't ticketed residents so far. If we start doing that, there might be other implications there.
Okay, so Councillor Hall, anything further? Councillor Demoto, I'll defer to you, Mayor Ireland, Councillor Wax, Councillor Keller-Hampy in that order.
That's fine. I'll go in the back of the rotation. I've already spoken and it might get addressed before it comes back.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and through you to Ms. Nadon and the rest of the municipal staff who have been dealing with this. I too extend my personal regret that you and staff have been so abused, and it is a huge disappointment to me that through 2 years of COVID, where the principal message was be kind, our residents are not being kind. And I find that quite disappointing, extremely disappointing. But I do credit staff for their ability to take a professional approach and still deal with the issues regardless of the emotional quotient and the mental stress on all of them. So thank you for that. I do have some questions specific to the program, and it may be that I had a misunderstanding about how things were going to work. I think the number of particular permits, I accept that is an issue. I'm a little bit disappointed because all but the local business permit, I think, were forecast early in the system, and Hotspot as a contractor agreed to do it, and now apparently is saying, well, this is really challenging. We'd like you to reduce the number of categories. But it seems to me they got in the game with an understanding to some extent that that was the challenge. And so, again, it's disappointing that technical support is being required from our own staff to deal with an issue that I would have thought was the contractor's issue. All that said, those categories I thought were meaningful and important because they allowed council to try and work a degree of equity into the paid parking system, knowing that there would be not just friction, but other consequences. So my understanding that as a resident at large, I am in that category. I get access to the $500 of free parking, but I did not anticipate that I got access or should have access to anything else, including unlimited parking in a resident-only parking zone. So resident-only parking zones, I thought, were designed to ameliorate the impacts on those people who lived close to paid parking, where we could foresee that that's where the overflow was going. Well, that's not me. Why should I have access to unlimited parking in front of somebody's residence who is impacted already by the overflow? So I think it's necessary to distinguish residents at large from residents who live in parking only zones. Give them a bit of a boost. Similarly, for people who live in paid parking zones, they need some credit for being able to park at home, but the rest of us don't need that sort of credit. So again, it's reasonable to have that degree of granularity, I think you call it, in the system, because it serves a particular purpose to benefit a particular resident who has a particular problem, which is they happen to live where we're going to charge for parking. So they should be allowed something else. Mobility and technological permits, it's fine, but I don't need it. I shouldn't get the benefit of that. And the local business permit, I thought, was an excellent addition and response to a need. And so from my perspective, all of those categories are important, and I'm not particularly inclined to reduce them, particularly after you and your staff have already suffered all the imaginable friction from having them in the first place. I credit you with having gone through that, but to walk away from it now, I think destroys so much of the intent equity in a parking system. And again, difficult for your staff, I understand, but the last page of the RFD, which explains the paid parking residential and business permit types, is a really important document to publicize. People should understand what the intent is. Now, I get that there is some overlap, and so I could go park, I suppose, all day long on the 700 block of Connaught, but I don't think I should. I mean, it's not how we designed the system. And so I won't. But I think it's important that we have those distinctions. There is a reason for it. The last two things I don't understand really is the effect of the 2-hour parking now. I do understand that any resident is entitled to $500 of free parking downtown, subject to the 2-hour limit. But my understanding, and this is secondhand information because I haven't tried it, but I understand that because it's all one zone, if you drive downtown and park for a bit in the morning to go do some shopping, and then leave and happen to drive downtown in the afternoon, you're liable to be in violation of the 2-hour limit. This is anecdotal evidence that's come back to me, and I don't know whether that's true. Is every parking session a new session? And how can you know if it is all a single zone? So I have that concern. And perhaps you can address that. And the final concern I have is that the underlying premise is to discourage people from taking cars downtown, particularly residents. But we should offer, I think, carrots somewhere along the way. And it seems to me that the availability of bike racks is severely diminished this year. They're not out in the parking lane where you can have access from both sides. Most of them are still up on the sidewalk, at least on Canot, which cuts by half the usability of the bike racks. And I don't know whether that was an intentional issue to keep more stalls, parking stalls in the inventory, or whether it's just something that hasn't been configured yet because staff is dealing with so many other immediate issues. But if we are going to charge for parking, I think we should offer as many alternatives as we can, and that would include more bike racks where possible. In there somewhere, there was a question about 2-hour parking, so I'd be happy if you could address that.
I certainly can. Thank you for your questions, Your Worship. In a nutshell, I think the 2-hour time limit is different from the paid parking requirement. So they are two different sections of the bylaw, two offenses altogether. So if you park for 2 hours, you pay, or you have a residential permit or use the 500 hours, however that works out, you're not in violation of any clauses of the bylaw. You're there for 2 hours, you want to spend another 2 hours doing something else, you can take your car, park it somewhere else. You've moved your vehicle. You're no longer, it is a new session, I think is some of the language you use. It is a new session, as long as you don't stay there again for more than 2 hours, and as long as you register your parking session through hotspot, whether it's paid or residential. So it is possible to do that. They're two separate offenses, so one shouldn't impact the other.
Maybe if I can, just for further clarity. So the 2-hour limit, the paid parking system and any of the electronic things or the registration or what as a resident has no bearing on whether or not somebody would ever receive a 2-hour limit infraction. The 2-hour limit is based on the officer's observation of the physical location of the physical car. This car with this license plate has been in this physical spot for more than 2 hours. So it has there's no data that is pulled from paid parking. So that they are, as Director Madon was describing, they're really different streams. So you could be in violation of being in a paid parking spot and not having paid through the app. And that's correct. You could be in violation of the 2-hour limit of being in one physical position without having moved the car, relocated the car. So they are different. We're not using to my knowledge, using the paid parking system to check for how long the vehicle's been in one stop. So, and certainly that is not the provision of the bylaw that we would write any fines. If we were to write a fine for, parking over 2 hours, it wouldn't be because of paid parking. It would be because of that pre-existing condition of the bylaw. The other question that you had, Your Worship, about bicycle parking. There is obviously extreme pressure on the on-street space this season, specifically as a result of the patios and the commercial use of public space. Council certainly has the ability to influence your prioritization about commercial use of public space. At this time for the 2022 season, it is basically up to the business owner how much space they wish to pay for. And business owners have claimed a significant amount of space. And so we could consider that in future years about either defining on-street spaces that are not available for commercial use of public space. We haven't contemplated that this year, and we didn't have any discussion on that, but that's something that's possible. We could change that behavior from business owners, maybe by pricing the spaces differently or providing caps on the amount of space that any business could use. Those would be completely different discussions. But they have led to this condition where we have a whole bunch of, in the past, maybe we would have dedicated a stall sort of, adjacent to a crosswalk for bike racks, to take up a parking stall to be able to allow bikes to do that. We have a bit more competing demands on the streetscape than we might have had in the past, which has limited our ability to do that just because of physical space. Certainly things that we could address, and we might wish to in future years, and maybe this would be something for the commercial use of public space task force to think about. Maybe there should be some spaces that are actually off limits, that are not available for commercial use of public space, because in the summer we wish them to be available for alternate means of transportation. But again, just sort of an example of the layers of complexity that happen here when we have different competing uses for this public space and competing desires to be able to enable business, to generate revenue, to enable good decision-making by residents about environmental choices. There's a number of different components that are all coming together, and I think that's a great example of how at one point where they're all sort of coming into a focus.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Anything further, Council? Keller MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Through you to Ms. Nadon, I just want to clarify something. So when a resident has 500 hours, I was under the assumption that if you park downtown and you didn't swipe your phone to say you were there, that if bylaw came along, they kind of just clocked you for 2 hours. But do I have that wrong? Because that was kind of like we talked about in the beginning, that if a resident came, they didn't go put in there for 15 minutes, and you're there then, and bylaw came, this, you know, then your 2 hours is off your 500. Did I get that wrong? Because if I did, I had told people that, and then I am totally wrong.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through the Councillor Kelleher MP, that is not how the program is designed currently. So the intent would be that, yes, you have to do something when you're down there. I think, which is opening the app, entering the discount code. I think that the conversation did occur, but that was not the outcome. In terms of, I think we discussed this in relation to the mobility and technology permit. So if someone was registered, but they didn't have the ability because they don't have a smartphone or data or skill to use it, it could be done by bylaw that way. But the technical requirement that we faced is that it's one or the other. Like, we couldn't have both, was kind of what we got from the service provider. And that's how we needed to maintain a mobility and technology permit that was separate to make sure that those individuals that don't have the technology could still park downtown, namely our seniors, but there are others. The number of people without data plans is quite significant. Yes, so you do have to do something, and that is input the discount code. And the granularity of the permit types, that information wouldn't necessarily be lost if we discontinued the 500 hours. It's not like we would go and revert all the permits back to one. But certainly the message from my department, and that's all I can speak for, is that the level of resourcing that is going towards this is rather difficult to manage. It might be a different story come the fall, come next year, depending on conversations, but that is the essence of why we're here today.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon.
Well, I just hope the people I told they could do that didn't get ticketed because of me, so I apologize.
Councillor Waxer.
I just had a quick question. You indicated you sent out an email to people who were having difficulty, and I telling them they didn't have to do anything. I wondered if a reverse email has been sent yet to tell them that they now do have to.
Ms. Nadon.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Depending on the outcome of this conversation today and however council may direct us, that would be what's coming next.
Okay.
So if the determination is to continue with the 500 hours, like I said, there will be additional communications required. And yes, so there's another point to Councillor Damoda's query earlier about why or why not register our own users, we can communicate with them directly because we have their email addresses because they're registered with us, right? So.
Councillor Demona?
Well, and that's perfect. And I do want to clarify, I support council's decision. And I want to clarify that. I was making an opposing argument to exactly the opposite of what was happening out there, because that's what residents are asking me, right? And probably because they understood my position on it. But, you know, at the same time, I also want council to understand that from my point of view, because I like riding my bike as much as I can everywhere I go. I know that everybody can't in the community, just because of mobility or their age or where they live in the community. And then walking is another thing. We want to promote biking, or walking, but just because I want to do it or I like doing it doesn't mean I think everybody should be doing it. We do want to, you know, relieve congestion of vehicles downtown. But there are people that need to, whether it's out of necessity because they've got family, they've got to shuttle kids, they need a vehicle for work or whatever it is. We can't tell everybody, don't go downtown with your car, just because I like riding a bike. So as much as I like to support people, pedestrian traffic and riding your bike, human aspirated types of functions, I don't want a blanket rule and shove things or priorities, my personal priorities, down people's throats in the community. And I think we're here to represent the entire community, not just the people that are in our circle of influence. I've had this discussion before with people, and I think sometimes there are other members in the community that feel that we do that. And this is a hot topic for this summer because of all the things that we have to go through. And there's going to be some good information at the end of this. So I appreciate the fact that the administration is coming forward and giving us their input on what's happening. And I would like to, you know, help alleviate that as a councillor, some of that frustration. I'm not saying go back on what we've been doing, but there's got to be a happy medium somewhere, and just say, instead of staying, let's just stay the course and like let staff take, you know, the punishment. Because I'm not like that. I don't do that to my staff. I've never done it to my staff. People are coming back to me and saying, this isn't working, help us. I want to help them, right? So that's what I'm hearing right now. So I think that there could be a happy medium in these discussions, and I don't want to dig my feet into the ground in any position. I want to work with council and I want to work with administration for a better solution for the community, because right now it doesn't seem to be working well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I've not weighed in, but I do believe we should continue with the 500 hours. Now that we've gone through the initial stages and the issues, it'll be a constant education process, I think, with our residents. I think what we're learning is valuable from the data that we're collecting. We have the information to communicate with our residents, and we as councillors have I think, a responsibility as well to communicate with individuals when parking comes up, the reality of what we're trying to achieve here. I do also want to commend the administration. I think all of the councillors have seen a document that I passed around that I picked up at the municipal office yesterday, the communications piece that was available in the public for residents, for visitors. And I think as we continue on, difficult as it will be, it will get better day by day with our residents. It will be interesting to see what changes we'll need to make regarding our visitors, because that's, again, another aspect where I do see people going and taking their QR code and registering for parking. So it is working. We do need the revenue. But certainly at this point, I would suggest that we continue with the 500 hours for residents. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mellon, for the opportunity to speak again. I just wanted to quickly address point made by Councillor Demota, because I don't want to leave the meeting with that on the record. And I do not accept a suggestion that council, in its decisions to date, has favored only those who are able to use active transportation. We have certainly encouraged a decline in the use of cars in the downtown core. But we have clearly recognized that some people will have to drive, and we have said, yes, you can, and not only that, you can park for free. So to suggest that we have weighted this only in favor of those who are capable, I think is an unfair characterization of what council has done. And I simply want to go on record as saying that. And finally, and though it is of no real benefit for the hurt that has already been suffered, I do notice that in 2 weeks, the number of resident, well, it says inquiries, but I would say complaints, has dropped from 43 to 3. And so the hurt is already there to our staff. But I wonder whether we might be giving a suggestion that that hurt has all been in vain if we pull back right now. I'm not happy that anyone has suffered as our staff have suffered, but if the program, and there were loud complaints that it wasn't working properly, but there have been significant adjustments and improvements, and the technology has caught up at last. And so maybe those issues are behind us. And so is it worthwhile to try again and maybe do a similar report in a month's time to see where we're at? I would hate to think that any suffering has been in vain.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by council? Then Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I would be willing to make the motion that committee receive the paid parking program update for information.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. We are now at 12:52. Would council prefer to continue through the agenda, or should we take a half-hour lunch break, 45-minute lunch break here? 45 minutes. So we are adjourned for the next 45 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole. I'd like to call the meeting back in order. And prior to moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is 6.5, developing a municipal position on private home accommodations, I would need a motion to extend the meeting beyond the 4-hour limit. Thank you, Councillor Hall. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Gibbon.
Yes, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. So item 6.5 is response to motion actionless item, developing municipal position on PHAs. In early May of this year, Council received correspondence from Parks Canada inviting feedback on a suite of proposed amendments to the private home accommodation policy in the form of a draft policy. Council directed administration to request a deadline for feedback and asked administration to include the item on the immediately following council meeting for the agenda for discussion. Following pretty quick public feedback on that initial proposal from Parks, the proposed amendments were withdrawn by that agency, and in their communication announcing the withdrawal, they described their intention of committing to undertake further consultations to collaboratively identify amendments that will address life safety code issues, preservation of residential areas, parking compliance issues. So following that withdrawal, Parks provided a letter to the municipality suggesting that a new consultation package would be released in the coming days. That was June 15th. And that once feedback was gathered, any proposed changes to the land use policy were brought out to the public and then to the Planning and Development Advisory Committee for final approval. So there is still this outstanding issue. Parks has withdrawn their initial proposal, is likely to come forward with a new proposal, and does put the municipality in a position of needing to establish what its view is on any proposal that Parks may put forward. There are, to administration's knowledge, approximately 140 existing PHAs, advertising approximately 180 guest rooms available for rent in the municipality. So this obviously impacts the number of residents. And I think the essential question on the motion action list was, how can the municipality form an opinion on an important topic that will be relatively quickly, moving relatively quickly. Administration would make the observation that we're not the only community in the world that faces this challenge of overnight accommodations, competing with regular accommodations. And in fact, it's just that over the years, there are more and more communities experiencing this challenge with the advent of new technology like Airbnb. So this is actually a fairly large topic of discussion in the municipal sphere across the world, as high-profile destinations like Jasper face the challenge of having to regulate overnight accommodation and the perceived competition between it and regular residential accommodations. One thing that is unique to Jasper compared to just about anywhere else around the globe is that as the municipality, obviously, we have no direct decision-making authority with respect to land use or development approvals. And so municipal council has really only an indirect role in influencing the design of those land use regulations. We may have a more direct role in terms of business licensing, but again, it is not the same as establishing those regulations and subjecting them to the public review process that would happen naturally through the mayor and council decision-making process. Given the short timelines, the expected short timelines for public feedback on any material proposed by Parks this summer or early fall, administration believes that it'll be important for the municipality to be prepared to provide our input in an efficient manner. And so administration is proposing that we that committee support an administrative review of any PHA proposals issued by Parks Canada, and that administration draft a municipal opinion on any proposal issued by Parks, bring it to a future committee meeting where council can discuss and debate the merits of that draft position, choose to edit or amend it before recommending it forward to council for approval as the official position of the municipality. And then council could advocate for that position with Parks Canada or provide that feedback and input into Parks Canada. As council understands, that certainly the community does, the municipality doesn't have the ability to actually make the decisions on this topic, but the municipality, through our public process, does have the ability to ensure that the public is heard at a committee of the whole meeting or at a council meeting, and that whatever position you as municipal council take, it has at least the opportunity to be influenced by that public opinion through a regular public meeting process. In many municipalities, these types of regulations would be the subject of a fairly rigorous public consultation process, dedicated public consultation process focused on this specific issue. With respect to PHAs, it appears that in Jasper, the majority of the background information that the initial Parks proposal was based on was from a 2019 collaborative discussion that was hosted by the municipality and Parks. That discussion was not exclusively focused on PHAs. It was actually on accessory dwelling units, and PHAs formed, I think, only 1 out of 6 focus areas. And so if we were another municipality that did have full control over land use and planning development approvals, I think the administrative recommendation would be to conduct a extensive public engagement process, particularly with affected stakeholders in the general community on this specific issue. Given the tight timelines, that may not be possible, and given the fact that we don't have full decision-making authority, administration's view that it may be appropriate for us to respond quickly by drafting a municipal opinion for council's consideration and allowing you to hear from the community on that draft opinion before we make a decision. You'll see in the alternatives that administration has provided two. Committee could direct administration undertake a public engagement process that would inform a municipal opinion on PHAs. The committee could also recommend council request Parks Canada maintain the current regulations on PHAs and lift a moratorium on new PHA applications. That's essentially saying leave things as they are, lift the moratorium. So there are a number of different options available to council. Administration is recommending this administrative review, first reflective of the fact that it may be somewhat misleading to the community if we as the municipality engage them in an extensive public engagement process where we don't actually have decision-making authority. And so we would want to ensure that it was clear to the public that council was seeking the public's opinion before council formed its opinion, but that decision-making would still lie with Parks Canada. The other reason that we're not recommending extensive public engagement process is that it wasn't contemplated in the 2022 operating budget. And we don't have any in-house expertise with respect to development regulations or planning and permitting. And so we are looking at doing an administrative review within existing resources. Administration has discussed giving some additional technical advice from a consultant that's familiar with the matter, but that's able to be handled within existing budgets. I think this is an example of how land use planning and development authority could be exercised with public engagement, but it would need to be a part of a strategic approach that ensured that the required resources and expertise were available within the municipality. That is probably a discussion for a future time, but we are in a position where Parks Canada likely in the next couple of months will release some new proposed regulations, and municipal council will be asked to provide an opinion. The administration is suggesting that we can form a draft opinion for you with the assistance of a limited use of consultants familiar with the matter, and then you can hear from the public about that draft opinion before you choose whether or not to accept it or to amend it and what direction you wish to go in terms of your position that you would extend to Parks Canada. So Council Deputy Mayor Melnick, administration is recommending that Council direct administration review any PHA proposal issued by Parks and to present a draft municipal opinion, and that administration present a draft municipal opinion on any PHA proposal issued by Parks at a future committee.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillors, any comments, questions? Councillor Wilson?
I would support administration's suggestion. I find that any work committed to the issue before Parks Canada's draft, before they return with a reworked draft, I think we would be trying to come up with an opinion that is our opinion on what, because personally, I would support that committee recommend council request Parks Canada to maintain the current regulations, but it seems to me that that's not going to be the case. So I think we have to have what does Parks Canada suggest, and then we can form an opinion on what they're doing, because business as usual, lifting the moratorium, I think, personally I would support, but I don't, as a municipality, we can't. So in my mind, I wouldn't put too much work into this until Parks comes back, and I'm assuming that they're coming back pretty imminently because the letter says coming days, and that was dated with June 15th. So it's been coming weeks. Do we have an update on that? I guess.
So on the latter part of that, for Councillor Wilson through Deputy Mayor Melnick, Parks has invited myself to a bit of an early discussion on their draft proposal. I don't know what state it will be in, whether it'll be sort of a preview of what they're proposing to bring forward, or whether it'll be to inform whatever they might be bringing forward. They have invited me to that the week of the 20th, I believe, of this month. And so at that time, we'll get a little bit of a sense of what state of development they have. Again, just from a purely administrative perspective, would be, and that would give us a bit better indication of when we would expect to see it coming forward to the public. And to a point where administration could be commenting on Park's actual proposal.
Thank you for that. Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I offer perhaps an opposing view. The recommendation, I think, is a bit reactive. So we sit and wait until Parks Canada makes a new proposal, and then we direct administration to prepare draft position based on a new proposal. And although I understand that perspective as presented by Councillor Wilson, I think there is enough before us now that we could begin work, particularly if the new proposal is delayed or is in just a rudimentary form. I would be inclined to have committee direct administration to prepare a draft position on PHAs, including a review of any PHA proposal issued by Parks Canada, assuming it comes before we're done, and then present that to committee of the whole in a closed session. And I say that because there are two elements here that I think are quite likely to become deeply embedded in our decision. And one is legal, including jurisdiction, but beyond the jurisdiction issue itself. And secondly, it's a land issue, and land is typically something that councils have to get their head around before they go public on that. But it seems to me that if we started now, we know what the issues are with respect to PHAs, regardless of any current proposal. And perhaps the position might be that we recommend status quo. I don't know what it would be, but that's a possibility. And the sooner we get to that position, the more we might be able to impact the proposal that comes forward. And as we heard today, perhaps we will, earlier today, maybe we'll lessen some friction if we identify the points now. So I'm not sure that we need to wait and be reactive. I think we could start to develop our own position now. It would incorporate any proposal that comes forward before that position has been developed, but give us a chance to start the work as soon as we can, not wait until some unknown date when the next proposal comes along.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors? Councillor Watson?
Yeah, thank you for Deputy Mayor Melnick. I probably agree with the mayor. I was agreeing with Councillor Wilson initially, but I do think that that in some way having a starting point to have that conversation might be a really important, because then we're not just dealing with what Parks presents. We would have a starting point of what we believe is the appropriate things.
Thank you. At this particular moment, I'm inclined to go either way. I do recognize that it would be good to have a starting point for discussions with Parks Canada. But then again, taking a look at the amount of time available by administration, what type of timeline we'd be looking at for administration coming back with a municipal position. We may be spending a month developing a position, which, to Councillor Wilson's point, is totally contradictory to where their planning is going. And I have not heard of any further reaching out by Parks Administration for additional input from the public since the report of September 17th of 2019. Perhaps if there was an opportunity to participate in a public venue in getting additional information, we might be in a better position to put together a position. But as I said, at this point, I'm more of the opinion that we may not have the time, or it may not be the best use of administration time to try to develop a position where we don't know where the next step will be with Parks Canada. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm after Mayor Island had stated his opinion. I could definitely get behind that. There is work to do, but it's pending input from Parks Canada, but we could start moving forward on it and see where we get and see how quickly Parks brings something new to the public.
Mr. Gibbon?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Malik. Certainly that's an option, and that's why administration is similar to, I would say, to what administration has as the first alternative, undertaking a public process to inform the municipal community. Certainly, in my experience, municipalities that do have jurisdiction in this area, a portion of developing any set of regulations would be to engage affected stakeholders. And so if that's something, so council could choose to form a municipal opinion based on the knowledge of council members, based on the knowledge of council members plus the municipal administration, based on the knowledge of council members plus administration plus external consultants, and then, or those three plus the public. I mean, and I think the best approach would probably be that sort of all of the above, to ensure that people who are directly affected have an opportunity to influence decision in accordance with our public engagement policy, that would receive technical advice from people qualified to give it, because we don't currently have those people on staff. And then, you as elected officials are able to say, what did the public say about this issue, and what was the public opinions and views? What are the technical aspects and views? And then you're able to exercise your sort of political decision-making with all of that knowledge. That would be the ideal process. We're not in a position where we don't have the in-house resources with that technical expertise. And you are certainly capable of engaging the public if you choose to. Although it may run the risk of misrepresenting to the public the extent to which you can actually directly control that issue. Influence, and I make a distinction between influence and control. I think certainly municipal council's opinion can influence the decision, but we need to be clear that at this time you can't control it. So there is that balance to be had. Administration is happy to follow any direction the council might give on this. I think the request would be just to acknowledge that if there's a need for technical advice, it's not, our administration is limited in terms of our capacity to provide that technical advice, just because we don't have experts in that area. If the municipality is going to undertake an issue like this, it would probably reflect well on the municipality to do that with a high level of public engagement that might contrast with how other agencies might approach this type of issue, which would also require resources as well.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry for this, but it's just come to my attention. I guess I know that Parks Canada's meeting sounds like meeting with administration. They're meeting with the Jasper Housing Accommodation Association. why aren't they meeting with us? Like, I feel like in any other community across the country, and I would suspect across the globe, these decisions would be made by council, not by Parks Canada, and definitely not by Land Development and Advisory Committee for the final approval. It says in their letter to us. Why aren't we one of the stakeholders that they're consulting first? Why aren't we the first one? I'm really perplexed by that.
I certainly am not in a position to be able to answer that on behalf of Parks Canada. I think it's just a symptom of the current split of where authorities lie. And council is an inherently public forum. And so, there could be the opportunity to raise this at an intergovernmental meeting, which is a bit more of a private forum. I would wonder if, how council will bridge its intention to do effective public engagement, to set out a public engagement process by involving stakeholders in decisions that matter to them, with private conversations with another agency. In any other municipality around the world, Councillor Wilson's reference, the people who are drawing up the regulations would probably work for the governing body. They would be municipal staff. I mean, I think that probably goes without saying. We all sort of acknowledge that, but that's that main difference. Anywhere else where these regulations would be developed, maybe you would have administrators, and I use the term really neutrally, or bureaucrats doing a bunch of the behind the scenes work and running the public consultations, and then presenting that information to their governing body who would ultimately make decisions. Here, unfortunately, there's a disconnect between the administrative processes that are being handled by Parks Canada, who have ultimate decision-making authority today, and I think council's desire to have a good engagement process and to be consulted. And that's the fundamental disconnect that is that we can see here in Jasper in comparison to other municipalities.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Just to be clear about my earlier representations, my thought is that we begin now to prepare, but it might be that the draft position says, in order to move further, we recommend a full public engagement. I don't think we have to decide the level of public engagement right now. I think what we ought to do is direct administration to start applying some resources, some capacity to sort out where we stand on PHAs. That it might be that draft position is that before we go into the actual parameters that surround PHAs, we ought to get more engagement with our citizens, or maybe there's sufficient. Maybe the report from 2019 is sufficient. We can work from that. But I think we should start now rather than wait. And as I alluded earlier, I think there are legal issues beyond jurisdiction. And one of those, as identified by Councillor Wilson, is the role of the Planning and Development Advisory Committee. I struggle to see how that group of unelected people should be setting policy and the basis for that. And so I would like to develop a draft position on our behalf to perhaps address that before we get into the details of the rules that apply. Who gets to make the rules and who are we going to listen to? What consultation should there be? And I don't see a need for us to wait until we're confronted with another proposal to start digging in now to some of those issues. And it's not to say that we decide today the level of potential public engagement. Is just to say, well, that's an issue. Where do we go with that? What's our position with respect to that? What's our position with respect to whether, at the end of the day, the Planning and Development Advisory Committee gets to decide the issue? But that's where I'd like to start, and I'd like to get started now, not wait until sometime later this month or maybe next month when we see the next proposal. Because I think the proposal itself will stand or fall on its own, but those core questions, we already know them and we can start working our way through them.
Any other comments?
I'm prepared to make a motion then.
Sure.
That committee direct administration to begin preparing a draft position on PHAs, including a review of any new PHA proposal issued by Parks Canada. And that committee direct administration to present the draft municipal opinion to committee of the whole in closed session at a future meeting.
And Mr. Given, is that motion for administration, is that clear as to direction?
Yes.
Perfect. Any discussion? There being none, call a vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you for that. Item 6.6. Public Transportation System RFP Award. Mr. Given.
Yes, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. We're here today with a recommendation that committee recommend council award the public transportation feasibility study to WSP in the amount of $50,650 exclusive of GST, and that the required municipal contribution be funded through the existing operating budget. This is a piece of work that council will be familiar with. There are a couple of different routes that we're taking here. First is the development of a memorandum of understanding with Parks Canada that is continues to be underway with administration, municipal administration, needing to provide some feedback to Parks. So we're continuing to work on that. And at the same time, as council knows, we were successful in receiving a $50,000 grant towards a planning study for public transportation. Administration has issued a request for proposals through Alberta Purchase Connection in late May. We received 4 valid submissions in response to that procurement opportunity. Administration reviewed and scored the submissions, and you'll see a table with the overall scores for the submissions in the report. The highest evaluated proponent was WSP with a final overall score of 89 points out of a possible 100. There were 2 tied for 85 and 1 at 79. The study is intended to provide an analysis of the current state of public transportation in Jasper, including the demand, the provision of public transportation, perceptions from the community and barriers. It'll also provide a review of existing solutions in similar mountain communities with economies driven largely by tourism. It will identify potential future partners in the provision of public transportation. And importantly, it will develop a set of recommendations for a public transportation system, including potential routes, fares, operating hours, and a 10-year capital operating plan, which administration will have the opportunity to bring forward to inform the 2023 budget discussions. The WSP presentation was the highest evaluated. They had the lowest price and also were tied for the second highest number of hours committed to the project. So in these situations, each proponent says about how many hours they think the project will take, and WSP was tied to the second highest commitment or level of effort that they're going to propose to expend on the project. The intent again would be to return with this project prior to the fall budget discussion, so that we'll be in a position to be able to inform anything that may need to happen in 2023. The project would largely be funded, as mentioned, by the $50,000 federal grant, and that is, I think, all that I have to present on this report Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Gibbon, Councillor Wilson?
It seems to me that WSP has, we've been employing them on many projects over the years. Should we be having a bit more competition in this regard? I'm a bit sore from previous earlier this meeting that we were notified that a project that was laid out in front of us, and we hired WSP to consult to us or for us emergency fire safety trident, whatever it's called. Yeah, we were just informed that this was money spent in vain. The project won't support our needs, and I see, geez, we just threw money down the drain. I'm just super sore about that, and I feel that WSP seems to be in front of us on all these projects. Yet I don't know. I'm just voicing my opinion that I prefer to see a little bit more color in these RFPs.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I can appreciate the position put forward by Councillor Wilson. Maybe I'll just add that in all of the submissions, there was sort of a headline company that presented the submission, but generally they're supported by a number of sub-consultants from different companies. And so while this one is, is WSP on the headline, the lead of the project, essentially doing project management, is from WSP, but there are sub-consultants from the Transit Planning Advisor would be Leading Mobility, the Transit Implementation Advisor would be Anderson Business Consulting, and the Partnerships Advisor would be Berlin Communications. So there are a number of sort of subs that are put together here. These really are, I don't want to say conglomerate, but they are a collection of consultants that come together under one banner. It just so happens that in this case, the head of this banner, was WSP that chose to put forward the submission. And certainly we are required under current purchasing practices and law to be able to run objective evaluation of submissions in an open public process. If council wished to establish additional criteria that we would want to rate submissions by, we could certainly do that. We didn't have that in place in advance, and so it's a challenge to affect the scoring after the fact. I can appreciate the level of frustration there, and I can't necessarily resolve it. Just other than to say that the administration attempted to evaluate the submissions on the basis of what was put forward, the teams that were there and the value that they provided the municipality and the expertise they could lend to the project. The collection of companies that formed this proposal were evaluated against the collection of companies that formed the other proposals, and this was the scoring the administration brought down.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. When is the study supposed to set to start and finish?
Thanks very much, Councillor Hall through Deputy Mayor Melnick. The intention would be to kick off with the team as soon as the recommendation is approved by council next week. We would have an initial startup meeting with them the following week with the goal of having results back to council in the late September, early October.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to Mr. Gibbon. My recollection is that there had earlier been an indication that Parks Canada might put this study out to tender and the municipality convinced Parks that we were perhaps a better party to do it. Is this the same contract we're talking about?
Your worship, you may be remembering, a part of the related discussion was about who should be in charge of providing or regulating the service of public transportation or transit, maybe more specifically, in and around the town site. Parks Canada was prepared to do a request for proposals to seek a transportation provider. They were just going to do it, and they were going to secure somebody to provide public transportation provision of service directly. In discussion with Parks, and that's the MOU that we're talking about, we said, what if the municipality secured the right to provide service out into the park without determining how we would provide that service, exactly what that service would look like, whether it would be in-house, contracted. But what if, rather than it having to run through Parks and have Parks be determining the scope and specifics of that service, what if the municipality wasn't able to do that, considering it would impact our residents and the number of large portions of services within the town site limits? That's the portion of what, so there's, I think, an understanding or an agreement between Parks and the municipality that's workable, and that's what the MOU is for. So this is, okay, so if the municipality is considering doing the service, what kind of service should we do, and what would be the strategy and plan behind how we might do that? The study here is intended to formulate is to build that plan of how the municipality might approach providing public transportation in and around the town site.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So the two are independent of each other.
The two are independent of each other. The results of this study would inform how the municipality would provide any kind of service that the MOU might establish with Parks Canada would allow us to provide.
Thank you for that. And then secondly, I think the RFP confirms that we received a grant, a $50,000 grant to pay for this. Do we anticipate that that will cover all of the cost, or is there additional money set aside in our budget if it's more than 50,000?
Your worship, the municipality is required to provide some funding in terms of matching. We received a grant of $50,000, expecting that the study would be approximately 60,000. The submission came in lower, and so administration, we just need to. I have a feeling the federal government won't let us off with just providing the extra $650. I have a feeling they'll want a higher percentage contribution from the municipality. So we're going to sort that out. But in any case, it can be handled from the existing operating budget. We have a line to be able to support that. So there's no additional funds required from the municipality other than the budget previously approved by council. We just don't have a fixed number because I want to make sure that I understand exactly the federal government, how little the federal government will allow us to pay.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from councillors? I would offer my opinion, and I'm in favor of moving ahead with this project in an effort to try to move forward in our strategic planning, but also to pick up on what was done last year during COVID, when we had the opportunity to have a transportation service, which is unfortunate that it's not operating this year, especially since it is a much stronger year for the ability for people to come in from outside of town, leaving their vehicles and their RVs, for example, in the largest campsite in the national park system. It would have been a good year for us to be able to test it one more time. So I'm in favor of this funding to see if we are able to come up with a system which would help to alleviate some of the transportation challenges we have in the valley here. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, but if given the opportunity, or the pilot project that went on last year, would that private enterprise or have operated this year? And are they given the opportunity? Have they been given the opportunity to continue, or is this would they be operating without public support?
Councillor Wilson, the initiative last year was really the catalyst for that. The instigator, initiator, that was really the private sector body. I think that they did see that the municipality had identified public transportation as a key economic recovery item, the economic recovery task force. But the municipality didn't undertake any sort of procurement process or invitation. It was really someone in the community stepping forward and saying, well, we'll do that if the municipality would be willing to support us. The administration hadn't received any inquiries from that provider or any others, sort of expressing an interest in doing so this year. And administration didn't actively go and seek any opinions of whether they want to do that. So, you know, I wouldn't say that there wasn't interest. I would say that there wasn't any interest expressed, and administration didn't go and sort of ask the question whether they wish to provide it again. Yeah, and so I think I can't answer whether or not that private sector operator would have gone forward, would have liked to have gone forward this year. That would be a question we would have to ask them. And going forward, though, the intent of the study is to identify the best range of alternatives available for delivery of service, and the opportunity to include private operators is pretty common, where there are, you know, municipally operated transportation systems that include some portion of private sector delivery, whether that's through contracted drivers, contracted fleets and drivers, or some smaller segment of the transportation system provided by other private entities, and the public sector providing some other part that doesn't make sense for private sector entities. So none of those things are precluded at the stage. The intent of the study would be to give us advice on which approaches might work in the Jasper context. After we get those recommendations and council gives direction on what parts to follow up on, that's where we may start to engage in more conversations with the private sector.
Yeah, just to follow up, I just would hope that we're not limiting private enterprise because we have to spend $50,000 on a study, whereas the private enterprise could solve the problem. You know, but I guess it doesn't seem as if they're ready to go. And, you know, parks wouldn't allow. Was there? Yeah, I feel like there was the brakes put on that pilot project. Yeah.
Maybe Deputy Mayor Melnick, maybe I'll just say that, you know, from the municipal administration perspective, the pilot project was for a limited time period. Council gave direction to support it from, you know, from date A to date B, and up to the maximum amount. The municipality supported the project from date A to date B and provided the amount of funding that was required, and I think it was up to the amount that the council requested. And then after that, we didn't really hear anything else. Just I can't comment on it.
Councillor Home.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. This study, I'm going to assume it's going to study public transportation outside of the municipal boundary, like into the campgrounds. And I don't know if this would actually have anything to do with it, but I've been aware of something for a few years, a lack of transportation in from the lodge for students, elementary school, high school. I wonder if that would somehow be able to be part of this, or at least talked about.
Through Deputy Mayor Melnick for Councillor Hall, yes, administration is aware of that. My understanding is that currently the school board does pay a subsidy to parents, basically per kilometer rate for parents to transport their children in. I don't know how effective that is, but I have had some conversations with the school board administration because they heard about us issuing this RFP and wanted to understand if we might have an opportunity to discuss that service. It certainly does, and now that we're aware of that and that need, that would be something we might consult into when we're identifying stakeholders and saying, okay, what would priority locations be? Who should we be talking to? Where can we get information about who travels around the area? Part of that would be the data from last year's pilot project. Some of it might be survey data. Some of it would be from the school board about how many students they typically have and how many kilometers they have. And then from private businesses and potentially Tourism Jasper has some data as well. So yes, administration is aware of that. Yes, administration would bring that to the attention of the consultants so they can ensure that demand for transportation was reflected in the study so that we could ensure that it's a holistic review of how are people currently moving around the town site and the area, and how can we support people in doing that, as well as reduce congestion from visitors.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Any other questions or comments? We'll be looking for a recommendation then. Mayor Ireland?
In the absence of any other hands, I will move that committee recommend council award the public transportation feasibility study to WSP in the amount of $50,650 exclusive of GST, and that the required municipal contribution be funded through the existing approved operating budget. I make that motion recognizing the level of discomfort expressed by Councillor Wilson, but offsetting that with an enhanced level of comfort that in this circumstance, it seems to me that council will, at the end of the day, upon receipt of the study, be better able to assess the report in the sense that it will likely be somewhat less technical and more theoretical than when we are dealing with fire suppression capacity and, similar to the report that we heard today, water pressures at certain KSPs. Is that what it was? I mean, yes, there are concerns when we have to rely entirely on subject matter experts and are not in a position to apply our own understanding of some issues. But here, I think the feasibility study is going to be in the type of language where we are better suited to dig in and make our own observations about the information. So that enhanced level of comfort from my mind can be used to outweigh, which I recognize as a valid concern, that we have relied in the past on technical information, which we later find out is flawed. And that's a horrible feeling, but I see less risk of that here, so I'm prepared to make the motion and vote in favor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are there any other comments or discussion? There being none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. We now move on to item number 6.7, Legislative Committee and Procedural Bylaw 190, and the agenda structure. Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melnick. There are members of the Legislative Committee here as well, and your council colleagues can certainly answer some of the questions and maybe some of the discussion. But the Legislative Committee met on July 5th and reviewed two sample agendas that propose some revisions to our agenda structure. As council likely knows, it's Procedure Bylaw 190, specifically Schedule 2 of the bylaw, that outlines and specifically prescribes the format of agendas for regular council meetings. This order of agenda items also really establishes how council meetings flow And the legislative committee discussed whether changes to the agenda structure might enable better functioning for council. This is a part of their overall review of the procedure bylaw, but the committee felt that there might be an opportunity to try some new approaches to the agenda structure. But because the procedure bylaw is specific, council would need to give formal approval to that. The procedure bylaw does provide a provision for council to suspend any of its provisions. Under section 3.4 of the bylaw, it basically says that council by motion can suspend any other portions of the procedure bylaw. And that's essentially what the legislative committee is suggesting here. The intention of the reformatting the agenda would just be to see if there's an opportunity to improve the flow of council meetings, provide some additional clarity to the public and any viewers of council meetings about where items would come up in agendas. And as you can see in the table in the report, there's a contrasting of the existing order that's prescribed in the procedure bylaw and what would be proposed for both regular meetings and for committee meetings. If committee chooses to recommend that council approve this suspension, it would be time limited to December 31st, which would give the legislative committee some additional time to do more work on revisions to procedure bylaw 190 before bringing forward a proposed revision to that bylaw. So rather than doing a whole bunch of small revisions to the bylaw and a whole bunch of instances where we have to undertake 3 readings of the bylaw to affect change, the committee is essentially saying, let's try this out until the end of the year by suspending only this portion of the rules. And then when we have some practice with this new agenda format and potentially other changes that the committee might like to recommend, then the committee would bring forward a comprehensive recommendation for change to procedure bylaw 190 all at the same time. So that is there for your discussion, committee, and certainly the council members that are on the legislative committee who wish to add some additional. But you'll see that the proposed order is not that dissimilar from the existing. It does collapse a couple of areas that were specifically listed in the existing structure into the new business area. That would be part of these bylaws departmental reports. There does make, it raises the public portions of the agenda. So there's a specific delegations portion of the agenda that is immediately followed by correspondence. Those 2 opportunities for public input prior to council decision making would both happen before new business rather than as it's sort of structured today, where there's the presentations, appointments, recognitions portion of the agenda, and then correspondence at the very end of the agenda. So this will bring those 2 public input opportunities ahead and ensure that council is able to hear from the community before it went into decision making on any matters that were on the agenda. I'll leave it there, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Again, the recommendation is to suspend this agenda structure until December 31st of this year. And at that time, the committee would be in a position to bring forward a full review of the more recommended changes to bylaw 190.
Great, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments by councillors? There being none, would we entertain a recommendation? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I would move that council approve the suspension of item section 1.3 and schedule 2 of the procedure bylaw 190 until December 31st, 2022, pursuant to section 3.4 of the bylaw.
Mayor Ireland?
I speak in favor of the motion moved by the chair of the legislative committee. And it just perhaps to condense what Mr. Kevin had to say, we cannot test drive anything new without suspending what is clearly articulated in our procedure bylaw as the form of the agenda. So this doesn't mean that the agenda that we want to test drive is going to be exactly as we see in a revised bylaw at the end of this period, but it's the only opportunity we have to try something different, is to suspend what we have now. And so it makes sense to give ourselves that flexibility. So I fully support the recommendation and the motion by the chair of the legislative committee.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? There being none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Which brings us to correspondence. And there is no correspondence in the agenda package. We then have the next item, the motion action list. And Mr. Given, did you wish to speak to that?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Melnick, a number of updates. You'll see that there are a number of items where administration is proposing to forward them to future months. S-block parking, discuss that with the director, and obviously paid parking has taken a significant amount of time in that area, and also does have a slight impact on the policy view on S-block parking. So we are still working on that, but wasn't going to come to council. Sledding at St. Still, I've seen a draft of that RFD. It just won't make it for, wasn't going to make it for this committee meeting, so we'll bring that to next month. So we proposed that change, which wasn't, I think, noted in your agenda package. Parcel GB development information. Again, that's been on hold, just awaiting sort of word from Parks Canada and the developer. The latest word that I heard was that it is proceeding well and that there's something that Parks is satisfied with. And that once it's approved, then that would be information that would be shared to us and would be public. So asking to have that forwarded to August, same with Petro Canada, forwarded to August. Public transportation, that's the MOU that administration is responsible for getting back to Canada on. We hope we'll return that to you for August. The policy B17 is something that will come in the fall. Private home accommodation draft policy, the motion from May 24th, I think could be struck from the motion action list because it would be replaced by the motion made here today. And so committee had asked administration to report back on options on how to prepare a municipal opinion. We did that today. So I think that item is off, but it has been replaced, of course, with the motion that came up today. And then the last one, the Jasper Local Food Society, there was the motion to report back on opportunities to support food security efforts. There was the terms of reference, and I think the work of that committee, that working group, will bring forward future recommendations. And so I'd suggest that this last item could be struck as well, because there will naturally be additional items that will come from that working group over time, over its existence. So Deputy Mayor Melnick, those date adjustments, and then the deletions of the private home accommodation draft policy item from May 24th, and the Jasper Local Food Society item from June 28th. Those would be the only two that could be deleted, and there would just be those date changes.
Great, thank you very much for that. Any questions for Mr. Given? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, two questions. Firstly, with respect to public transportation, just returning to that, but is it possible to finalize the MOU with Parks Canada before we get the feasibility study? It'll just be so general that it won't matter what comes out of the feasibility study?
Yes, Your Worship, I believe that it will. I mean, really it is about the municipality, and this is maybe a bit of a broad, lacks some of the nuance that would show up, but it's really about the municipality securing the right to be able to deliver that service into parks, you know, outside the town site. There will be some, limitations on what, the parks we want to put in an MOU, and that's what we'll see. And it also wouldn't prevent any other private entity from proposing the parks to be able to provide some sort of service. But it really is saying, is the municipality allowed to do this? Which would obviously be part of how So the MOU is a prerequisite to the delivery of the actual service. I think it would only likely inform the structure or that the concepts comes in the strategy.
So the MOU will provide authority to provide such a service, but not identify the actual service.
That's correct.
The second question that I have, Mr. Given, and it may be that there is not a formal motion, in which case I would consider giving those a motion to make a motion, but it seems to me that back in February, when we approved the new utility rate bylaw, we did so on the basis that it would come back for review after 4 billing cycles. And it is not on the motion action list. If it's because it is lacking an actual motion, then we should address it from that perspective. But if it is just an oversight and there was such a motion when we passed the bylaw, then I would like to see that back on the motion action list, because we did, as council, give an undertaking that we would review that bylaw in September after 4 billing cycles.
Yes, Your Worship, that's my memory as well, that was, I certainly remember the discussion, and administration was well aware that the requirement to come back. We will have a bit of a look through the minutes in that meeting just to see how it was framed. If there, and if there's a need for motion, we could bring that to council attention next week. Or we would just bring it in the form of an update to the motion action list if it was something that was mentioned without motion. We'll ask council to make a motion on it. If it was a motion and it was just missed, we'll add it.
Thank you for that. Then I think I'll be looking for a motion to approve the updated motion action list. Councillor Wexler? Any discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Takes us to council representation on various boards' upcoming meetings. Councillor Wilson.
I'll just take the opportunity to let council know I won't be here next week. For the regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other updates? There being no other updates, we'll move on to upcoming events. And I would like to note that this Saturday is Parks Day here in Jasper National Park. And I believe activities will be in the Centennial Park. I'm not certain. I do know Robson Park.
Almost positive, yeah.
Okay. Beyond that, we will have another council meeting, regular council meeting next week. And then we will go into our summer break where we'll have no committee of the whole meeting on the 26th and no council meeting on August 2nd. Are there any other upcoming events? Mayor Ireland.
No event associated, but for those interested in preparing to celebrate, they could start preparing now to celebrate the 22nd anniversary of our incorporation as a municipality on July 20th.
'22nd anniversary of the municipality, July 20th. Very good, thank you. Any other upcoming events? There being none, I think we'll be looking for a motion for adjournment. Thank you. Councillor Waxer that meeting of the whole over July 12th, 2022 would be adjourned at 2:51. I'd like to thank the members of the public that joined us today and look forward to seeing council and the public next Tuesday.